Hello and welcome to this, our 166th live stream. Have nothing to do with those spirally galaxies. You don't get it? Well, let me explain it then. Last week's video was on archaeoastronomy. And some people had said, hey, I'm the Egyptologist to the stars. And I said, hey, sure, yeah. Stars, moon, planets, but not the galaxies. I want nothing to do with those spirally galaxies and their spiraliness. Let's talk about the rules first, and then we'll get into the questions. Just a little bit of housekeeping. I have it's been a rough month. It's been a rough month because I've been doing articles for peer review. So it's been a rough month. But we're still doing the Tour de Egypt and our Egypt in the Bible tour. So please do sign up for that tour if you want this thing to go off. Because if people don't sign off, it ain't going to happen. So we do request that if you are interested and are considering going, please do sign up for it. Okay. So that said, let's get to the channel rules. And then we'll get to your questions. Okay. First rule, super chats have priority. It's true across every channel of YouTube. Okay? But it's a priority of being seen. We see your chat more than the others. It's basically, it's not a guarantee we'll take it, but it is a guarantee we'll see it. Okay? But we do tend to give those priority over non-super chats. We do take non-super chat questions, but you have to put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q and a colon, we don't see it, doesn't exist. Okay? Third is only post the question once. If you spam a question or repeatedly post it, we'll disqualify it for the night. And we're pretty big sticklers on that one. If it's a verse in the Bible or a reference to an ancient language, we need a little context. So in the case of the Bible, we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. So don't make us hunt for the context. We need the context. And then finally, if you sponsor a super chat, sponsor a non-super chat, we ask that you please retype the question in the super chat so we don't have to hunt for it, and only sponsor one question per super chat. Okay? This just helps us to organize things a lot better. Okay. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. I'm going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. The first one here is from Darkblade, who asks, I go several days days at a time without reading the Bible. How do I stop? How do you stop reading the Bible, or how do you stop going several days without reading the Bible? It looks like you have no problem stopping reading the Bible. And frankly, all of us are in that boat where it's real easy to stop, not so easy to get started. Okay? So what I would suggest here is start forming a habit. Now, this is something that even scholars struggle with. Even Bible scholars. A lot of them won't read the Bible every day because it becomes like work. So, you have to sort of make it a habit. I can suggest a couple things to help you make it a habit, but ultimately it comes down to you and the text and what relationship you want to form with the text. If you want to make this so it's a devotional thing where you're making it part of your daily life, then you have to give it priority. Just like you would give, say, eating breakfast priority. You know, I used to, when I was working in Silicon Valley, you know, your schedule is really cramped, really strained. So I would do my Bible reading, as I was eating breakfast. So, hi, Mama's here. Awesome. Okay, so with that said, the best way, as I say it, is just to pick a time. Here's one time I wouldn't pick though, just before you go to bed or in bed. Okay, don't read the Bible in bed. Okay, because what ends up happening is you tend to fall asleep. You're at the point where you're no longer doing attentive reading. I would recommend doing it in the mornings. If you do it before you go to bed, then do it at a kitchen table with a cup of coffee or tea and read it while you're sitting up. But don't read the Bible in bed. It's really way too easy just to have that book fall onto your face and just sleep in your book. Okay? I know this happens because it's happened to me. Okay? So, with that said, I hope it helps. Again, do it so it's attentive reading. Read at a table. Read at a table, or a desk, have your book in front of you, and be in the upright seated position. Yeah, breakfast is a great time to do this. Yeah, and as my producer just said, and then you're also starting your day with God. So that makes things, that also puts a different spin on your day too. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, our second non-super chat here is from Christian Mauis, who has a follow-up from his previous week's question. He says, a follow-up to my last question. How would you explain the change of the Moabite woman in Numbers 25 to Midianite, if not the P author? Weren't the Midianites Moses' kin and originally Yahweh worshippers? Ooh, okay. You've kind of fallen into a reading trap. So, I want to kind of help you get out of that reading trap. And the trap you've kind of fallen into is, and this happens to a lot of people who become enamored with the documentary hypothesis, which is you start reading the Bible through the lens of redaction. Once you start reading it through the lens of redaction, you're going to miss the obvious. Okay? You're going to miss the obvious that's just out there in the text. So the question is then, why do we see a kind of a switch between, say, Moabite women and Midianite women in Numbers 25? The reason is actually Numbers 22. Let's bring up Numbers 22. Okay, there's my Bible. Numbers 22. Okay. And we'll start at the beginning here. Then the sons of Israel journeyed and camped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan, opposite Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. So Moab was in great fear because of the people, for they were numerous, and Moab was in dread of the sons of Israel. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, now this horde will lick up all that is around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. And the Balak son of Zippor was king of Moab at the time. So it goes on here, and so they start to conspire. There's this conspiracy that's happening between the chiefs of the Midianites and the Moabites. Verse 7, so the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the feast for divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and repeated Balak's words to him. Okay? So, this is this is where you've gone kind of off the rails with the redaction criticism, is that you're sort of now looking at the text through a redaction lens instead of in its context, in its narratival context. And this happens a lot. This happens to a lot of people who sort of drink the documentary hypothesis Kool-Aid. So you're not alone here. But it is an occupational hazard of the documentary hypothesis, is you start reading things through that lens instead of through the contextual lens of the passage itself. So then, weren't Midianite Moses' kin? And just to answer your summary follow-up question here. So that explains the change in Numbers 25, which is it's not a change. The Midians and the Moabites were basically in cahoots with each other. They were allies. So they were both employing the same strategy against the Israelites. So then when you get to say, you ask the question, weren't the Midianites Moses' kin and originally Yahweh worshippers? Well, we don't know if they were Yahweh worshippers. They might have been. They might not have been. Okay? That's possible. Some of them were. Okay? Some of them were. But what we also have to realize, too, is in Numbers 12, when Moses is actually not directly kin. He's kin through marriage. And that marriage is to Zipporah. And she's probably dead at this point. Moses remarries in basically Numbers 12. This is where we get the whole Cushite incident, where Moses marries a Cushite instead of another Midianite. So he's those bonds are no longer there. Those marital bonds aren't there anymore. So you really have to take these passages in their context. Context. Context is everything. And if you read the context, it's local textual context, it's passage context, it's broader narrative context, and it's historical context. That's when you start getting a true and accurate reading of the text. And unfortunately, the documentary hypothesis is going to lead you down a yellow brick road that's not going to end up in the place where you want to go. Okay? So I hope that answers your question, and I hope that makes it clear. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, and we'll take one more non-super chat here, which is from Mike at JSB. Okay. I like this question. I like this question a lot. Bentor's 2000 excavation report discusses a late Bronze 1 Hatzor discussion, 15th century BC. Petrovich tried to use this to support his theory. Wasn't this a minor, partial and rather minor destruction, though? Oh, yeah, very minor. In fact, it only happens to a small portion of the lower city. So it doesn't even involve the upper city. It's just a small portion of the lower city. And there's two problems with it, besides it being a small local destruction. I mean, that's even actually not even the worst problem with this. The worst problem with it is it was claimed that destruction was actually claimed by Tutmosis III. Oops. Oops. And not only that, we find a Tutmosis III scarab in that destruction layer. Oh. Oopsie. Yeah, that's a very slight complication, yes. Yeah. So there's no way that destruction dates to post Amenhotep II. Just no way. So So anyway, I hope that helped. But I saw that question and I loved it. I mean, I know he tries to use that. Kennedy tries to use this too. Kennedy tries to use this too. You know, during the debate I had with Kennedy, I couldn't even figure out, like, because this is such a minor destruction. It's just like, wait, what are you talking about? This is not a destruction of the entire city. This is an destruction of a very small portion of the lower city. So, oh yeah, it's really trying to strain a technicality out of it. But you know, again, Tutmosis III claims it. He claims the destruction. Sour grapes, yeah, as my producer just said. Yeah, Tutmosis III claims it. We find a Tutmosis III scarab there. It's not of the entire city. It's just a small, really minor destruction of the lower city. So, you know, I don't really think that you can count that as being Joshua's destruction in any way, shape, or form. Mobius says, so does Joel Kramer. Yeah, you know what? I'm getting less and less impressed with Joel Kramer the more I hear of him. At some point, you have delusional and then you got liars. Okay? And boy, they're skirting that line between delusional and lying very, very close. All right, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. We had to take it. So, all right, let's get on to the super chat. And our first super chat here is we are finally taking this one from AT Ministries. We've been promising it for him for now 3 weeks. Which was the question about Sarah and Abraham quoting laws to each other. And what I got here is Treaty Laws and Covenants by Ken Kitchen and Paul Lawrence. And we have got, I'm just going to read some of the laws that they do cite and are say mentioned by extension in the text. Okay. I'm just going to start. I'm actually going to start out of order here. Let's go with the laws of Eshnuma. Okay. If a man buys a slave girl, a slave, an ox, this is from subsection 40, or any other purchase, however much it be, and does not establish the identity of the seller, he himself is a thief. Okay? So, one of the things that's in these laws is property rights. And you have to establish the identity of any seller. Now, we see this in Genesis 25:10. Genesis 25:10. Genesis 25. And let's see, verse 9. Then the sons of Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the land of Machpelah, in the land of Ephron, son of Zohar, facing Mamre, at the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth. So the identification of the selling agent is one of the huge deals in Mesopotamian property law. So if you buy something and you don't know who you're buying it from, you're presumed to be a thief. So this is a way of basically showing that Abraham is not a thief using Mesopotamian law. Okay, then we go on here. Take another one. Next one. From the laws of Hammurabi. subsection 69D. If either a slave or a slave girl runs away to his master, they shall return him. If he has been beating him, to the master they shall not return him. Okay? So this is sort of plays into that whole idea of Hagar. So she's running away, she's expecting a beating. She's not, but the Lord tells her to go back anyway, okay? But there is that expectation that she's not supposed to be beaten if she returns. Next one. Now, I like this one. This is also from Laws of Hammurabi, subsection 146. If a man has married an aditum, that's a wife, as it were, with a sort of a vow to a temple, and she has given a slave girl to her husband. Think Hagar again here. So Sarah's the neditum, and she's giving Hagar to her husband, and she has borne children. But afterwards, that slave girl makes herself equal to her mistress, just like Hagar, because she has borne children. Her mistress, Sarah, shall not sell her for silver. She shall place a slave mark upon her and count her among slave girls. Okay? So then, this goes back to an even older law called the Laws of Lipit Ishtar, subsection 25B 18, which reads, if a man takes a wife and she bears him a child, and that child is still alive, and a slave girl also bears children to her master, then the father shall grant freedom to the slave woman and her children. The slave children shall not divide the inheritance with her ex-master's children. Now, understand the wording of this law very carefully. The slave woman is granted freedom, but she doesn't have to take freedom. In fact, the subsequent laws are basically saying, hey, if she doesn't accept freedom, you have to still regard her as a slave, and you can't drive her out. Yeah, it was protection for the slave woman. Yeah. Their responsibility. Yes. Yes. So it's clear that Abraham and Sarah are aware of these laws. They're very aware of these laws. They will sometimes use the wording of the law to defeat the spirit of the law, but they are very aware of the wording of the law. And then finally, in Laws of Hammurabi, subsection 171A. However, if quote, however, if the father in his lifetime to the children whom the slave girl bore to him has not said, my children, so the father has to make a declaration that the slave woman's children is his child, after their father has gone to his fate, the children of the slave girl shall not inherit the goods of the father's house. Okay. So this applies to Ishmael. Abraham never said, my son, my child. So because he never said, my son, my child, there's that technicality there where he's not in as part of the inheritance. Mobius asks, who enforces those laws? There's no court for the sojourners. Yeah, this is the problem. There's no enforcement. So what's going on here is these are basically rules of conduct where Abraham and Sarah have to apply them to themselves. There's no law, there's no courts in Canaan. There's no courts in Aram. So no courts in Syria, no courts in Canaan. You become a law unto yourself. And that's what happened. We also find, say, on, say, a more broader textual level, uh, the use of covenants. And here's another thing that they were sort of very they were aware of, was the structure of covenants and treaties of the period. We see this, for example, in the covenant between Abraham and Abimelech at Beersheba, both the first covenant and the second one. The first one's in Genesis 21, 22 to 24. The second one is in Genesis 21, 25 to 33. That very closely structures a Mesopotamian law code or covenant. And then finally, there's the wording of the covenant between Yahweh and Abraham in Genesis 15, 7 to 21. Okay, so that covers in excruciating detail the various law codes that Abraham and Sarah are using in their discourse, in their decision making, and how they treat others, and yeah, you can kind of see it's a lot of work to actually go through all that and try to sort of piece that together. But we thought this was a great question. It was worth giving a thorough answer to, and we hope that helped. So thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay. Next super chat here is from N Japonis Konrafi for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is it true that no one thought Lucifer was the devil's name until the 5th century when Jerome completed the Vulgate? Reference Isaiah 14:12. Yes, it is true. Okay. Here's the thing. Lucifer is not a word that appears in Hebrew or Greek. Oh, okay. It's not a word that appears in Hebrew or Greek. It is a Latin translation of a word that means bright and morning star. Okay. So it's a Latin word. It's a result of a translation. So there was nobody had ever thought of the name Lucifer prior to Jerome's translation. But Jerome is in a difficult position too. He's trying to translate a text here where he's not quite sure what it means. He knows it means something to the effect of a morning star. Okay, something to that, like a bright light. So he's trying to take the meaning that he best understands. And to his credit, Jerome is literate in Hebrew. He's one of the final phases of Hebrew before its like first extinction. But he is literate in Hebrew, and he knows that this is a translation. So it's absolutely true, and it's one of those things where it becomes synonymous with the devil's name because of the text it's in, which is Isaiah 14. So it becomes synonymous with the name of the devil, but nobody prior to the 5th century AD thought there was any name Lucifer. Okay? So it's something that becomes coined through the Latin Vulgate translation. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And next super chat here is from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How do Christians reconcile monarchical monotheism? Well, monarchical monotheism is the idea that you have one ontologically one ontological divinity. Okay, so you have, say, a monotheism of where you have one God that is the great God, he is ontologically independent. He doesn't depend upon anything else for his existence. He is the first cause. He is all knowing, all good, all powerful. And then he creates under him lesser beings. Okay? And Christians have had this idea going way back. It's all through the scriptures. The idea of angels is a representation of monarchical monotheism. So there's the idea. I mean, all that monarchical monotheism means is that there happens to be other spirit critters that are greater than humans and less than God. That's all it means. So any sort of spirit critter running around could qualify in that rather broad category. I mean, let's face it; it doesn't take much to get the drop on humans. I love the question that researchers sometimes say. Is there life, intelligent life out in space? Well, the big question is there intelligent life on planet Earth? So, really, wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much to have a spirit critter out there that's, let's say, smarter, powerful, more powerful than human beings, and yet be so much less than God. Okay? And Christian theology has always had this. Okay? Christianity has never been a monolithic monotheism. It's never been that way. It's not like Islam. Islam is like this, where you have Allah, and then you have nothing down to humanity. Now, there are hadiths who talk about jinn and that sort of thing, but in, say, Quran, it's much more of the idea of a monolithic monotheism. But Christianity has never been a monolithic monotheism. It's always been a monarchical monotheism. So, and that owes a lot to our, say, Judaic roots. So, Vermin Trash Rat. Nah, use humans are dumb as sugar honey iced tea. As a rat, I can confirm it. Yeah, humans are pretty stupid. Okay. And pompous. We're pompous too. That's why we call ourselves Homo sapiens. Yeah. Wise man. No. Oh no. No. Okay. Mama adds, such an interesting idea of being more powerful spiritually, supernaturally, but less intelligent. Yeah, that's a possibility too. That is definitely in that framework. So, yeah, it is an interesting idea. Well, that can be. Mama says, I feel like people often assume, especially in popular literature and entertaining, that if a being is supernatural or spiritual, it must be more intellectual. Yeah, and that's actually not a given. That's not a given assumption. There have been theologians who have basically put forth the idea that spiritual beings are more like animals. That they are powerful, difficult to control. So they are more akin to, say, a lion or a tiger or a bear than they are even of a human being. So they can take and do simple commands. They can follow simple rules, but they're not great thinkers. So, there is that angle of that these are much more like animals than they are like people. Okay? Yeah. 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 As my producer says, there's also then the descriptions of the archangels that are doing battle with the cherubim that fell, and they are, waging war. They're having conversations. The discussion between uh, the archangel and Daniel definitely shows that these are intelligent beings. So, how intelligent, we don't know. But there does seem to be two sides to this. A side of where some spirit critters are very intelligent, very thoughtful, very thinking, very strategic even. And then another side that's vicious and powerful and animalistic. So there's both sides of to the spirit critter coin. Okay? So it's one of those things where we just can't take it for granted either way. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Again, Juan, this is something that's always been in Christianity. Always been. It's part of Christianity. Okay, the next super chat here is from Juan for $2. Were the gods of other nations deities or spirits? That's a yes and no answer to this. There is some allusion to this in Deuteronomy 22, where when the nations are divided up, some sons of Elohim take nations unto themselves. But there's also to the idea that those other nations were worshiping nothing at all. So it's one of those things that seems to be that there was something behind the worship, but that was only indirect. So it's one of those things where it's a sort of a yes and no kind of thing. Where there is some spiritual power behind it. Okay, behind it's kind of like this. Think of it this way. Idols are a mask for other spirits. Now they aren't really. What they are is they're proxy bodies. Okay, that's what an idol is in the terms of the ancient world. They are a proxy body that a spirit inhabits to be controlled by humans. Okay? That's an idol in the truest sense. But you can think of, say, national idols, more like masks, where a spirit takes on the mask on occasion to influence a nation. But there's nothing really behind the mask. Okay? So I think that's a better way to describe what's happening in terms of say the gods of the other nations. Okay, so there's some sort of spirit behind it, behind the mask, but the mask is really empty. Okay? So I hope that helps. It's probably the best way to explain it. And part of it is that we understand too that this is something that's when you sort of draw this thing out, it starts to lose its cohesion. And this is one of the things I want to make very clear here is the gods of other nations are not static. This worship isn't static, it's changing. It's changing frequently. So John Fabek says, so Osiris himself might not exist, but there's a spirit behind that idol. Yes. Yes. That's a good way of saying it. But not behind every idol. And that's another thing we have to keep in mind too, is a lot of those idols were just empty. Most of them, in fact. And most of the idols, most of the time, were empty. I mean, there wasn't even enough. There's not even enough spirits to go around, honestly. So, yeah, because humans were greater idolaters than there are spirits. Yeah, it's kind of an odd problem, but it's true. All right, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's probably the best answer we can give you. All right, go back up to the super chats at the top. Right. And next super chat here is from Addison Weir. Anything you'd recommend to a non-believer that has never cracked open a Bible, preferably something more basic than Walton's books? Oh, tough one. This is a tough one for a couple reasons. I would suggest really sort of digging into why the person has never cracked open a Bible. And there can be lots of reasons why a person's never cracked open a Bible. One, they didn't grow up with it. Two, they walked away from it. So you really kind of have to be sensitive to what's the reasoning for them, and would they be interested in doing it now? So you really have to kind of figure out what's the best circumstance. And that will often tell you what sort of, if you want to give them something more basic, a book about the Bible, what's their hang up? Why aren't they reading it right now? Did they have a bad childhood experience? It's just there's a lot that's going on that could be going on in somebody's life that you really need to sort of gauge. So there's not a one answer fits all here. Okay? But I can give you a recommendation for somebody who basically hasn't read it because he doesn't think the Gospels are reliable. Get those. I would recommend, say, this book here. Can We Trust the Gospels by Peter J. Williams. Okay? So that's what I would recommend for those who basically are, say, doubting the authenticity of the Gospels but haven't read them themselves. So there's not a really good, say, one solution fits all here. So I would, again, it would really depend on the circumstances. So, if you're trying to get somebody sort of enculturated into the context of the Bible, Walton's books are very hard to beat on this. So, Clever Boy, Peter J. Williams is a very nice person. I've interacted with him personally. Yeah, so have I. He was, I've actually had several interactions with Peter Williams. He was the guy that organized my my scholarship to Liverpool. So him and Tyndale House did the sort of the administrative work to facilitate my scholarship. So, Bubble Machine, who? Oh, who's Peter J. Williams? He is the warden of Tyndale House. Okay? He loves that title, okay? Yeah. It's one of those titles, being a warden at Tyndale House is one of those titles that's kind of like student at Christ Church College. Okay, if you know what it means, you are impressed. Okay? If you don't know what it means, you don't matter. Like a student at Christ Church College or a student at Trinity College. It's like the highest academic title at Cambridge. Okay? So, yeah, so I'm a youngster, so I don't know who you're talking about. Okay. Tyndale House is a research. It's a research. How do I say this? It's not really a college. It's a research center. It's a research center that's on the Cambridge University campus. Okay, in England. Okay, Cambridge, England. And it's a research center that's focused on, say, evangelicals and on evangelical research. So it's one of those things where they have various staff members who do work on, say, Bible translations, researching the Bible, that sort of thing. And it's run by the top of the organization. Its leader is called a warden, and that warden happens to be Peter J. Williams. Mama says, different than I thought. You must be thinking about the publisher. They used to be the Tyndale House Publishing and Tyndale House in Cambridge used to be one organization. They think they split apart in the 1980s or 90s, so they became separate entities at that point. They used to be the same organization. They aren't anymore. In fact, my book, The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian Context, was published by Hendrickson's, and they got bought out by Tyndale House. So they've become a very big publisher. Okay. So I think that covers that for the most part. There is one other thing I'll address here. Tim Miara says, to someone who's never opened a Bible, I would say read the New Testament. Yeah, that's a good start, but there's one problem with that, though, is that if you don't have some context going in, it can be very, very difficult for somebody who has no background in the Bible. Okay? I'll relate a story here. This is D.A. Carson's story. Okay? Now, when D.A. Carson was a young man, and he was doing his undergrad in chemistry. He was a chemistry major. He was part of the local, Christian society. And he had a friend who was a physicist who had never grew up in the church, had never read the Bible, and had no understanding of anything biblical. So Carson gives him Gideon's New Testament and says, yeah, okay, here, read the New Testament. And a couple weeks go by, and Carson doesn't hear anything from his friend, and he finally asks his friend, hey, did you read that New Testament I gave you? He goes, yeah, I read it. He goes, but I didn't understand it. But I really enjoyed the science fiction at the end of it. He wasn't being facetious. He had no context to understand it. So he related it in terms he could understand it. So he didn't understand most of the New Testament. Didn't understand it. But that book of Revelation, great science fiction. So people are going to need help getting some context in order to be able to figure out, yeah, what is the Bible actually saying? Yeah, like there are things that are cultural to Christianity that doesn't make a lot of sense to unbelievers. And let me, like, for example, when Christians say you've got to be covered by the blood of Jesus, somebody who with no Bible or Christian context is going to say, "Ew, covered in blood." I don't even remember where something sounded really, really strange to me. I was going to a Brethren um church, and there was this hymn, really old hymn, about 100 years old, and it was called "A Fountain of Blood." And the song went something along the lines of, "There's this fountain of blood bubbling up," and it's just like, ew. I mean, of course, I had been at that point. I was playing a video game, um, Elder Scrolls. I think it was Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, where in the demonic world there were fountains of blood. And I can just imagine somebody with no biblical context, uh, just getting really put off by that. Yeah, now if you, yeah, even us who knows the context, that song didn't age well. It didn't age well. So, um, guy who lives for art. There's a fountain filled with blood. My congregation plays this regularly, and my family, and when I had attended with them, had exactly the same reaction you did. They said it was like Hellraiser. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. John Febeck. I used to be so addicted to Oblivion, I had to ban myself from videos until after college because of it. Yeah, it was a good game. It was a really good game in its time. Now the graphics are really dated, but back then it was like fantastic. I mean, until Skyrim came out, it was just like the bee's knees. But but getting back to Guy Who Lives Abroad, yeah, absolutely, it's a strange song when you hear it through 21st century ears. Incredibly strange song. So, um, yeah, it's just, so even if you have that context, there are things that can sound really, really odd and really off-putting. And if you have no biblical education at all, the New Testament can seem very strange. My producer says, yeah, then you get the 1980s slogan, "You've got to find Jesus." To which some unbelieving wag would say, "What, did you lose him?" So yeah, there's these things that are part of Christianese, Christian enculturation, that just giving a New Testament to a guy is not going to get you, not going to do him a service. It's not going to do you a service. So it's not a bad idea for somebody to produce a good understanding the Bible kind of thing. The problem is, where's a good one? People used to hand out like Mere Christianity or Screw Tape letters. Yeah, I mean, Screw Tape letters is still probably one of the better options here. Much better than in some respects to Mere Christianity, but again, it won't give you the whole it won't give you enough of the context of the Bible to really sort of get into it. At least not on that sort of level. So, it's a difficult problem, Addison. It's a really, really difficult problem. There's not a good primer at the moment for the Bible. One that's basically written in simple enough language that people can just read it, get some idea of what the Bible is like, and then start reading the Bible for themselves. I really wish there was. It would be a great idea to write one in my copious free time. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, after this last month, I'm not so sure about that. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Again, it's a difficult problem, and one solution is not going to fit all here. All right, let's get on to the next super chat here. Isaac Freeman for 499. Thank you for the super chat. Enoch Book 2, Chapter 1, Verse 17. I know it's not inspired, but it seems like it is. What are your thoughts? That there's no verse 17 in 2nd Enoch. One, how dare you say Oblivion's graphics are outdated? I think you added something here. Let me just see if I can. Okay. He says 17, and the place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and faith. I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the spirits. Yeah, when I looked up 2nd Enoch, the first chapter had no verse 17. So I'm not sure where you're getting this from. Unless you're getting this from 1st Enoch somewhere. But here's what I would say. We wouldn't judge a passage like this on a piece-by-piece basis for inspiration. Okay? So that's not how inspiration is judged. So my thoughts on Enoch are the 1st Enoch dates to the 3rd century BC. It's Second Temple period literature. It's pseudepigraphous, which means it claims Enoch as the author, but obviously can't be Enoch because it's pseudepigraphous. It can't be inspired scripture. So it's one of those things where its attribution disqualifies it. 2nd Enoch is similar in that respect. 2nd Enoch also was written at least later than the 1st century AD. So I really don't think that even if you found something like how this is inspiring, doesn't mean the text is inspired. Okay? That's just not the way this canonicity works. Okay? Canonicity basically says that God guided a certain individual to write a certain text in a certain way. Okay? So there are things that disqualify that from being considered to be inspired. Um, Self disqualification is a common way where basically a text will say, "Well, you know what? Um, we think we got some great ideas, but we're not an inspired text." That would be a self disqualification. Pseudepigraphous attribution would be a disqualification. So then Cambridge follows up here. What do you make of Judah Parent's quotation of Enoch? Not much. Frankly, the apostles quoted all sorts of people, that are not inspired. They expired. Yeah. Oh, they're all expired by now. Okay. So, just because Jude quotes Enoch doesn't mean Enoch is inspired. Apostle Paul quotes a variety of Greek philosophers. None of them are inspired. The the Old Testament quotes the book of Jasher. It's not inspired. Yeah, Menander's one. There's five different Greek philosophers that Paul quotes. The church fathers quote Plato all the time. That's probably when you talk about who's the one big extra biblical author that, say, the church fathers quote, it's going to be Plato. It's going to be Plato. No question. I mean, far more than any apocrypha, Plato is quoted more by the church fathers than any other writer. Not inspired. It's worldly wisdom. Yeah, exactly. As my producer just said, it's worldly wisdom. And the Bible has no problem quoting worldly wisdom to support its case. Because what it's doing by doing that is attaching what it says to reality. Yeah, Dimiara, Epimenides of Crete. Yeah, exactly. Timiara says, Paul quotes Epimenides of Crete. Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, idle bellies. Yeah. Psalm 104 quotes the hymn to the Aten. Okay, it's not saying the hymn to the Aten in scripture, but it's quoting it to interact with it. And that is something that I think is really important when we talk about, say, issues of canonicity. Is an inspired scripture can quote a non-inspired scripture or a non-inspired text to support its case. So, thank you very much for that follow-up and for the talk about the question on Enoch. But yeah, Enoch's not inspired text. It's not scripture. You might find some inspiration in it, or things that inspire you in it, but it's not an inspired canonical text. Not. Okay, the next one here is regarding 18 Mysteries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In regards to Hatshepsut and Tutmosis II, as well as King Tut and his boo, that would be Ankh-Sunamun, I thought incest was really rare in ancient Egypt. It is really rare in ancient Egypt. But there is a time when it is used. And that time is when you have a succession crisis. Now, what defines a succession crisis? A succession crisis is when it's not clear who's going to be taking the throne after you're dead. That's a succession crisis. You have your great queen has not produced any sons. Your minor queens have not produced many sons. You might have one son. You've got a potential succession crisis in the making. And that, yeah, one son can die quickly and easily. So, under the reign of Thutmose I only had one son. That's Thutmose II. So, under that situation where you've got a potential succession crisis, you have one young son, you have an elderly king, one young son who's probably not in the greatest of health to begin with. You pair him up with his sister or half sister, which they thought was strong blood being combined with strong royal blood, which is the really the opposite you should be doing. And you try to produce royal offspring that way. Doesn't work. But this is sympathetic magic. And Thutmose II did not produce a son with Hatshepsut. He did, though, manage to produce a son with a minor queen who became Thutmose III. Cambrit. Did I? Okay. Yeah, the son of the minor queen became Thutmose III. Sorry. I'm starting to sound like Biden. Cambrit. Succession crisis sounds like the current state of the Democratic Party. Oh boy. I won't go there, but dang. Dang. True international under pressure. That's my favorite Biden quote. Love that quote. True international under pressure. Fantastic. I still love that quote. Alrighty. Let's get back to the super chats. Biden speaking in tongues. Mama, please don't. America is embarrassed enough. Well, they beat Medicare. I mean, how can you? I know, but it is hilarious. Sorry. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Would Joseph's strong moral character in Genesis 39 and 41 kind of go against the whole exaggeration interpretation on Genesis 37? No, not necessarily. Exaggeration wasn't always seen as a strike against moral character. Okay, so in the same way that advertising is not always seen as a strike against moral character, even though in some cases it should be. Like, for example, the famous Domino's case, where they were taken to Domino's Pizza was taken to court because they had made the claim that they used the best ingredients on their pizza. And someone took them to court and said, well, we can prove in court, yeah, you don't have the best ingredients. We can find better ingredients than what's on a Domino's pizza. And the lawyers for Domino's basically said, well, this is puffery. It's not meant to be believed on a literal level. Okay? So, and the courts agreed. The courts agreed that this was not a lie. This was not fictitious. It was puffery. And there's a difference between a lie and a puffery. Okay? Puffery contains elements of truth, but that can be exaggerated. A lie basically does not contain elements of truth and is meant to mislead. So it's totally consistent that Joseph could be both exaggerating in Genesis 37 and still have strong moral character. Like, for example, let's say in the case of the Genesis 37, it's not true. It was puffery in that particular instance, but he had seen this behavior so often by his brothers that he's just exaggerating the one case to cover all the other cases. So it's not exactly, it's not as simple as basically saying just because it's exaggeration, it's untrue. There can be exaggerations that are true. But it's also, again, it's not strict, an exaggeration is not strictly a lie. And like, for example, when we talk about the similar language we find in Genesis 37, do that in Numbers 13, where, the spies are basically giving an unreliable report. There are elements of truth to their report. The Anakim are probably slightly bigger than your typical Israelite. Your typical Israelite's probably about 4 feet tall. Your Anakim is probably around 5 or 6 feet. That's bigger. Okay? Doesn't make them giants. Okay? So there's a line, there's a fine line there between exaggeration to puff something up or to convey a sense of what's going on in general versus outright lying or taking that exaggeration so far as to not be credible. So we could easily make the case that, say, the exaggeration in Genesis 37 was credible, but the exaggeration in number 13 wasn't. Oh yeah, Tim Miara. We were like grasshoppers in their sight. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, everyone thinks that's an exaggeration. Okay. That probably crossed the line. Okay. Yeah, and I love that quote, by the way. We were like grasshoppers in their sight. Yeah, it's hysterically funny, but hey. Okay. Get back here up top and continue with our super chats here. All right, here we go. Yeah, so AT Ministries, you can have strong moral character and still exaggerate, and it can be fine. That's not a thing against your moral character as such, depending on what kind of exaggeration you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, as my producer said too. You can exaggerate in other ways and it still be true. Like, for example, you see a gorgeous sunset. You see a gorgeous sunset and claim, wow, this is the most beautiful sunset ever. Is that objectively true? Can you prove that's objectively true? Well, no, you can't. It is exaggeration. But it's also true for the person saying it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. If the Arameans came after Abraham, which they did, why does Deuteronomy 26:5 state that Abraham was a wandering Aramean? Okay, this is called retrojection. We see it all the time in the Pentateuch. Okay, what is retrojection? Retrojection is when you take the vocabulary of today and you apply it to something in the past. We see this all through the Pentateuch. So, by the time of when the Israelites are coming into the Promised Land, the Mitanni Empire had already crumbled. It had crumbled to dust. And you have, at that point, Syria being nothing more than a bunch of squabbling city-states. And they are collectively known at that point as Arameans. So this just tells us that this account was put to pen sometime after roughly 1260 BC. 1260 BC here being the end of the Mitanni Empire. Okay? So, when we do see a lot of this, like, for example, in the Pentateuch, you'll see references to the Philistines. You'll see, again, that's a retrojective text. It'll talk about the land of Ramses in Genesis. That's a retrojection. Talking about Joseph speaking to Pharaoh. Well, the king of Egypt was not called Pharaoh at the time of Joseph. That too is a retrojection. So there's that whole sort of and we do the same thing. We do these retrojections too. Like, we'll sometimes talk about the how Queen Elizabeth II was a car mechanic in World War II. Well, she wasn't queen during World War II. We honor her by applying a retrojection to her title. We do this too when we talk about, say, the pre-Columbian cultures of America. Well, it wasn't called America during pre-Columbian times, before Christopher Columbus came to America. It wasn't called America. So, and in fact, it wouldn't be called America until the famous map maker Amerigo Vespucci started making maps of the North American continent. Darkblade, the dinosaurs of Asia. Yeah. Yeah, there was no it wasn't called Asia at the time of the dinosaurs or anything else. So, so he was a wandering Aramean, which means he was wandering Assyria, essentially. And that's what it was called it was called Aram at the time of the conquest. So yeah, this is just a retrojection, that's all it is. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Congratulations on the paper. Well, thank you. That was an ordeal. I will say this, and I'm still trying to recover from it. My deadline to get this in was July the 3rd. Now, for those of you who don't know the story, wow. Just wow. I was invited to write a paper for a chronology journal. And they hated it. The peer reviewers hated it, and they rejected it back in January. And I thought to myself, okay, that's fine. You pay your money, you take your chances, and you move on. You don't cry over the fact that the peer reviewers hated it and rejected it. All right, that's fine. But then I got an email on June 3rd, basically saying, well, we haven't received your paper. Yeah, you've missed the deadline. I said, what are you talking about? Didn't you reject the paper? Was I mistaken about this? The editor said, oh, no, we rejected it. We still want it. It's like, okay. How does that work? He goes, oh, we just didn't want to be obligated to publish it. I said, well, you could have told me that. You left that little detail out. So he says, "Well, I can get, we're, get to us in a month." It's like, are you kidding me? Jack Ray, do you know what that word, what the word rejected means? You'd think, apparently. So, and they had a large laundry list of changes, a large laundry list. So it's like, oh, okay. So I scrambled for the last month, trying to get that paper ready for publication with all the changes they wanted. I mean, it was a Herculean effort. And in the meantime, we had hardware failures because of it. We hadn't looked at the software for a couple of years now. The system was in dire need of maintenance. Thank you again, all our Patreon supporters who basically give us our hardware budget. Wow. Miara says, those are good peer-reviewed issues to have. In high impact journals, you can get 2 to 3 reviewers very happy and 1 confused, and you won't get in. Yeah. Well, basically, I mean, I think it was the editor liked it, one of the peer reviewers liked it, and another 2 hated it. Absolutely said reject, no problem. So it came like a 50-50 split to reject, which was a reject. You know? It was a plain old reject. So it's like, okay. As I said, at that point, I just, said, okay, they rejected it, move on. Because you see, under these situations, the editor doesn't get a say. The editor doesn't get a say with the peer review, except with his own criticisms. Okay, so the editor doesn't get a vote. So under this sort of refereeing system, you have 3 peer reviewers, 2 hated it, 1 liked it. Clever Boy asks, I wonder what they didn't like. They didn't like a lot of things. Oh, no, he says what they didn't like. They didn't like the fact that I hadn't referenced enough dendrochronology. Now, understand, the journal is very beholden to dendrochronology. So they do a lot of work on that field. So the peer reviewers are basically, a lot of them are involved with dendrochronology. But for those who don't know, that's basically correlating carbon-14 to tree rings. And dendrochronology is really, really effective in the northern latitudes. Very effective. Because in northern latitudes, you have seasons. You have well-defined seasons. Trees form rings. And what they can do is they can take little tiny samples out of each tree ring, do a carbon-14 on that, and calibrate the carbon-14 curve according to tree ring. A very clever thing to do if you've got enough samples. So it's really effective. Laugh out loud. I thought dendrochronology is one of the very flimsy sciences where you get a 99% match in 5 different ways. Yeah, you do, sort of. But the problem is the ancient Near East. Dendrochronology works exceptionally poorly in the ancient Near East. And there's several reasons why it works very poorly in the ancient Near East. There's a carbon sink in the ancient Near East caused by the Mediterranean. There's a lot of old carbon in the Mediterranean caused by the sea life there. Okay? So there's a carbon sink. That's going to be an issue. The other thing is that tree rings don't form in the ancient Near East because you don't have seasons. So a single tree ring could be decades long for a wood piece of wood sample. So it's so a lot of the carbon 14 samples done in the ancient Near East have this sort of curve that's way off. Like, for example, we know, like, for the late Bronze Age, carbon 14 typically dates 100 years older than the historical samples. When you get to the early Iron Age, it's 75 years. Late Iron Age, 50 years. So as the closer you kind of get to the present, the less the curve is off, but it's still really off. Hmm. Mechanique, are you telling me people do archaeology away from the Mediterranean? Who comes up with all of this? Yeah. I'll take that question. I'll take that question right after this. So, okay, so the peer reviewers did not like the fact I didn't reference enough dendrochronology. Okay. But we don't do that kind of chronology. We do historical chronologies of the ancient Near East. That's our specialization. That's what our software specializes in. So we specialize in stuff such as epigraphy, king's lists, synchronisms, basically historical sources. So they didn't like that one bit. The other thing is they didn't like the fact that I hadn't compared my software to the leading competition. And the leading competition had done a hit piece on me. So I didn't want to sort of drag out that dirty laundry. But they kind of forced me to. Because yeah, to puff up that piece, and most of these guys were familiar with that other software where they weren't familiar with mine. So I had avoided talking about the competition to so I wouldn't have to do the rebuttal to the competition, but now that they've forced me to do it, I've had to do that. So ultimately, I don't know if they're going to accept it. You know, they still one of the things they didn't like was the fact that my paper seemed a very abrasive, non-collegial, not non-collegial. So, while in the rewrite, I did remove most of the non-collegial bits because they forced me to address the competition. It might sound a little less collegial towards them now. So, eh. But I had spent several nights like doing like 24-hour work days. Like Tuesday and Wednesday, I was up for 48 hours working on this thing to get in by the deadline. So needless to say, it's been kind of a rough week. So anyway, that explains the paper and the circumstances around it. But okay, I see a question about the tour. That? Yeah, Mama, that's right. Uh, Mama says, so non-collegial means you pointed out the errors of your peers without apology. Yeah, that's what it means. It's exactly what it means. And there was a lot of them. Like for example, um, one of the things that they had, uh, hot take, collegiality is overrated. Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, it's especially as my producer says, especially since it's one sided. Like for example, one of the things they accused the software of, my software of, was being inefficient. Inefficient. Whereas theirs was very fast. And I admit that theirs was very fast. But there was a reason why ours is less efficient than theirs. But less fast than theirs. Okay? It's not less efficient, it is less fast. One of the ways that they made their software fast was they excluded a lot of data types. Data types that would make their software more inefficient. So we support those data types. Like, for example, one of the things is when you do a chronology in our software, you can specify a king having a reign of 5 or 15 years. Okay. And that was that they basically said, well, you know, we don't support that. We don't support that because it's too inefficient. Okay, that's fine. But then if you don't support that because it's too inefficient, you shouldn't be panning my software because we do support that and it happens to be inefficient. So, yeah, we wrote the software in actually Python. We actually wrote it in a variety of languages. We wrote the backend in Python. We did some CGI scripts in Perl too, but they're pretty minor. But we wrote the backend in Python. There's a MySQL database at the backend. Okay, so it's all the data is going into a MySQL database. Our competition uses JSON, basically a JSON text file. No, I won't. I won't go too deep into this detail because it'll probably just start losing people if I do. The front end is in HTML5 JavaScript. Okay, so it's written in a variety of languages. Could AI interpret and do chronology without the necessity of software? Probably not. Yeah. Well, the problem is there's so much complexity in chronology that would be very, very difficult for an AI to replicate this. Jack Ray, JSON is so much slower. Oh yeah, it's crazy slow. Yeah, it's crazy slow. J. Isaac Freeman, JSON text file, laugh out loud. Yeah. Hmm. Jack Ray, ha ha ha. I write SQL a lot. It's funny. Yeah, actually, it is. I like SQL myself. I mean, as far as I look at. I love reduced set instruction set languages. Love them. You know, the more constraints upon, say, a language, the more interesting you can kind of sort of make what it does. And SQL for its, say, reduced instruction set does its work really well. So yeah, our backend is SQL. It's a MySQL database because we're trying to do large chronologies, and we'd rather not. I mean, there are expenses to the way we do chronology, because one of the things that our system does very well is it handles the ambiguity of a chronology. If you're going to do ancient Near Eastern chronology, you have to be comfortable with ambiguity. Ambiguity is at the heart of it because you don't know certain things. Like, you can have dates that are, say, 5 years or 15, 3 years or 13. So you've got to account for both. Roman says, I've been a software engineer for the Navy for 6 years now, and none of my coworkers have ever said I like SQL. LMAO, we all hate SQL. um, I don't know. I mean, I think there are some qualitative differences between SQL. Mechanic says SQLite is a pain. That might be it. Could be. I mean, I've been using MySQL for decades now, and I've always liked it. I've always liked it as a platform. As there's lots of good software interfaces for it. You can use it in software really easily. Uh, I like it. I really like SQL. Okay, so I want to get to that question on the tour. Let's go back here. Let's see, far back. Okay, eSpycraft 2005 YT asks, hi, the tour from Egypt from March 2025 is recommended to a non-native speaker of English. Could it be the case of a couple where one does not speak but the other does and acts as a translator? You could do that. I mean, if you have one person who translates for the other, that's fine. Um, you know, we're I mean, the tour will be in English because I'm an English speaker, okay? And I'm a native English speaker, which means my English is really poor. Okay, so but it will be done in English. We one of the there's also going to be a second tour guide too, who's Egyptian, because that's the law. So there's going to be one who is and he'll be multilingual. Okay, he will speak in at least English and Arabic, but he might have other languages too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So if you're not a native speaker of English, it wouldn't be that big of a problem. Okay. So there's a lots of ways to get around Egypt as a non-English speaker. And as you say, we're going to be going to the sites, and you're going to be seeing the sites. Okay. And a lot of that is not even in English anyway. Some of that's going to be in Egyptian, which we will explain. So, so yeah, I would say if you're not an English speaker, still go because you'll get a lot out of it, an awful lot out of it. Okay, Sir Falk, I did not know I had been knighted. Yeah, yeah. Moving on here. Yeah, I have to finish getting those coats of arms. Halfway through the process. Never completed it. Okay. Back way up to the super chats. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, what are the five to 10 most important books of the Bible to have a solid commentary on? You want to be able to teach Christ well while pointing out the big influence of the Old Testament on the New Testament. Commentaries. You should have a solid commentary on, I would say, Have a solid commentary on the Pentateuch. You're going to need something on the Pentateuch. Have a solid commentary on Isaiah. You're going to need a solid commentary on Isaiah. You're going to need a solid commentary on the Gospels, particularly the Gospel of John. One on John, one on Mark, and you're probably kind of covered for the Gospels or John and Luke. But you're going to need commentaries for that. You will need a commentary for Romans. You'll need a commentary on Hebrews. And that's a pretty good coverage. Okay? So, Pentateuch, Isaiah, Romans, Hebrews, and 2 on the Gospels. Give me our Psalms. Okay, if you're talking 5 to 10, okay, this would be, say, in your, say, maybe your, a good one on the Psalms might be helpful too. So, yeah, Psalms, you could add one on the Psalms as well. So, yeah, that'd be a good way to round it out. If you need a couple more commentaries, I would add maybe a good commentary on Kings. Because a lot of Kings is not well understood. Chronicles, there should be a good commentary on Chronicles. Chronicles does not have good commentaries. It's the redheaded stepchild of biblical commentaries. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are very few good commentaries on Chronicles, which is really unfortunate because I think there's 2 books of the Bible that get really, really shortchanged. There's 2 books that get really shortchanged for commentaries. And that is Chronicles and Numbers. For just some reason, people hate those books. They hate those books, and you just don't get good commentaries for those books. Just people have sort of this visceral reaction to both those books. Like, for example, in the case of Chronicles, people think, well, I don't need a good commentary for Chronicles because there's good commentaries for Kings. But Chronicles has some really odd idiosyncrasies that could stand a very, very good commentary. But it's the red-headed stepchild of the commentary community. Same with Numbers. People just don't. It's like this. Publishers know that a commentary on Numbers is not going to sell. It's not going to sell well. Not going to sell well. People dislike the Book of Numbers. They don't see any value in the Book of Numbers. So they don't get the A-tier authors to do in my endless spare time, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really think there should be good commentaries on Numbers, and there should be good commentaries on Chronicles. But we're not going to get them. I'd love to do commentaries on Exodus and Numbers. Chronicles, not so much, but I can see myself even doing a good commentary on Chronicles, just because it needs to be done. And as I say, I don't know why. Take some of those comments here. Mama says, I think that for the same reason, people don't enjoy Chronicles as much because they have already read Kings and it feels repetitive. But there has to be a reason for it, right? Yeah, right. It says different things than Kings. The content is different than in Kings. There's a lot of like genealogical information at the beginning of Chronicles that could stand a very good commentary. But you get these people who will just um like I mean I oh my gosh. This is a pet peeve now. Now this is a pet peeve. There's not a well peeve, it's a pet peeve. It's um like for example, the whole issue of, say, some of those genealogies in Chronicles aren't real genealogies. They're meant for other purposes. A Chronicles commentary that does a good discussion of that would be really helpful to a lot of people. You think they're going to do that? No. Because what happens is most of the people who do, say, commentaries on Chronicles, they just buzz through the genealogies, think it's not important. Oh, and look, come on. The authors of Chronicles wouldn't devote a huge number of chapters to something they didn't think was important. And there's a lot of this in Chronicles. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, I get really frustrated with the people who write commentaries. Like, for example, one of the things I get super frustrated with commentaries, especially ones on Exodus. Ones on Exodus. Finding a commentary that comments on any of the Egyptian stuff in Exodus, you're not going to find. Even authors like Sarna, who understand that there's cross-cultural stuff between the Book of Exodus and Egypt, will just allude to it, but never mention it. Sarna will say, well, okay, yeah, there's this reference in Egypt to this, but never tell you what it is. Never tell you how to find it. Never even mention it by name. They'll just say, oh yeah, there's some reference to this in Egyptian sources. Thank you for telling me nothing. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that we're still doing commentaries on that level. But it tells how you really feel about this. No. Darkblade asks, what's a good ratio for commentary length to the length of the original book? It is a good question. A commentary should be much longer than the original book. And that makes sense, because what you're doing in a commentary is you are commenting on as many sections of it as possible. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just restating the text. Like a certain Exodus commentary that I can think of by a certain popular author who should have never written commentaries. What was his name again? Irrelevant, but yeah, it should give you information you can't get yourself. So Matthew Henry, burn that commentary. Burn that commentary. That commentary is useless. Really useless. Oh. Jack Ray, should a commentary pass the thumb test? Yes. Oh, yes. Um, well, okay. Look, I mean, you can still have a really thick commentary and still be concise. But yeah, I think it should pass the thumb test. I think a good commentary should be longer than its original text. Otherwise, you're not getting any comments. And almost all the passages of scripture have been commented by somebody at some point in time. Yeah. Greg Keener's commentary on the Book of Acts is your gold standard. 8,000 pages. Yeah, that's. I mean, if you're going to be exhaustive about it, yeah, an exhaustive commentary is going to be really long. Now there's a one that I know of that's on the Book of Kings. That's 3 volumes. It's 1,800 pages, I believe, or around there, or 2,400 pages. ETK says, "What to stay away from when looking for commentaries?" Oh, okay, yeah. There's some pointers to stay away from. Stay away from commentaries that cover too much ground. Okay, so if you've got a commentary that covers the whole Bible, it's garbage. If you've got a commentary that covers the whole Testament or the whole New Testament, get rid of that too. It's going to be next to useless. Avoid old commentaries. Okay, that's another big one. Commentaries that are more than 50 years old are woefully out of date. Yeah, TBR, anything that's 200 years ago. Yeah. I would even say 50 years ago. Anything that's more than 50 years old is out of date in terms of biblical literature. Yeah, I know they've got some really good turns of phrase and zingers in those, but they're also ancient. And just too much has changed in biblical studies over the last 50 years for a commentary that's 100 years old to have much value. So yeah, so that's what I would do. I would avoid the ones that are trying to cover too much ground. A commentary should cover one book and only one book. It can be several volumes, but it can only cover one book. The other thing is I wouldn't stick to a set. Every set of commentaries has its good commentaries within it and its bad commentaries. So I would avoid buying entire sets. Pick and choose the best commentary for any particular work. There can be only one. Yeah. Cleverboy says try to get commentaries from people that are experts in a particular book, and I would agree with that too. You do get commentary authors who focus on writing commentaries, but not commentaries for a particular book, but for a range of books. And I saw this where there was a particular author who wrote a commentary. I think it was on Acts. He wrote a commentary on Luke, which makes sense if you're going to write Acts. Acts and Luke are kind of joined at the hip. That's fine. But he also then wrote one for Mark, and then wrote one for Isaiah and the Psalms. It's like, okay, you're not expert in all that. There's no way you're an expert in every one of those books. That's you're definitely at that point writing outside of your wheelhouse. Bartierman's commentary on Exodus. I can just imagine how dreadful that is. That is so outside of his wheelhouse, it's not even funny. But why do they do this? Money. Money. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Timmy, a New Testament text critic writing on Exodus, laugh out loud. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. Dark Blade asks, "Does the Goat Kitchen have any commentaries?" No, he doesn't. Nope. Kenneth Kitchen never wrote commentaries. Another person who never wrote commentaries was James Hoffmeyer. He never wrote any commentaries. They asked him. Publishers asked Hoffmeyer to write commentaries. And he said, "Why would I want to do that? There's already tons of people doing it." So, no, neither one of those gentlemen have ever written a commentary. But they have been asked. They declined it. Uh, in the case of Kitchen, it just didn't interest him. It was sort of outside of really where he wanted to focus. In the case of Hoffmeyer, it wasn't outside of where he focused. He just wasn't interested in writing comment. So I think in the case of Hoffmeyer, it was a lost opportunity. In the case of Kitchen, I think it was probably a sound decision, especially if you know the way he writes. Uh, uh, the way Kenneth Kitchen writes is he doesn't write one book. He writes many books at the same time, and they're all these huge magnum opus projects. So he doesn't just write one magnum opus. He writes many. He writes in a way that if anyone had done even one of these, it would be the project of a lifetime. Okay, so um, he's not Kitchen is not the sort of guy that will knock out a small book. He'll not. He won't write fast and knock something out. Um, so I think it was a good decision for Kitchen not to write commentaries. I think it was a less good decision for Hoffmeyer not to, because Hoffmeyer really could have added something to the field on this. Given that Kitchen never worked at a seminary. That's the other thing too. Kitchen worked at a research university, and he worked in a department of Egyptology. Hoffmeyer worked at a seminary, and he worked at a Christian seminary where he had to teach um, the Old Testament and Hebrew as well as Egyptology. So, um, so in the case of, say, Hoffmeyer, he had the knowledge and he had the experience to write a good Exodus commentary. He just never did. He didn't want to play that game. Yeah, well, there would have been problems getting it published. Yeah, that whole early dater, late dater thing would have been really hard on him. Yeah, he knows that. I mean, he knows that if he had written something, a commentary, it would have drawn certain wrath from certain sections of, say, fundamentalism. Because frankly, I drew that wrath, and I did it on the Ark of the Covenant. So, if you're going to do a whole commentary on Exodus, yeah, you're gonna get some heat. Yeah, you could self-publish, but then again, too, doing a commentary, a self-published commentary, is just really, yeah, it'd be really difficult. You'd have no leverage, marketing leverage. All right, back to the top here. Okay, next one here is from Mike JSB for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Tanis referenced in Numbers 13:22? Is it a retrojection? Let's look it up. Numbers 2, verse, or Numbers 13. 13. Okay. Yes, this is a reference to Tanis, Zoan. Let's read it though. When they had gone into the Negev, they came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Shishai, Talmai, the descendants of Anak were. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Okay. Now, there's a couple of things that we have to take from this. Okay, it's not a retrojection. It's a scribal gloss. That's different. Okay? A retrojection is when, say, the original author takes a text and refers back in time. Now, at the time of Numbers, Zoan didn't exist, which is just another name for Tanis. Tanis didn't exist at the time of the Exodus. Tanis existed hundreds of years later. Okay? Basically, 200 years after the Exodus, you then get Tanis. Okay? So this is not a retrojection. This is a later scribe coming in and adding a piece of text to provide an explanation. Now, Hebron was not built 7 years before Tanis. Okay. It's built much earlier. And Hebron is even built earlier than, say, Ramses. So, it's a historical detail that's incorrect, and it's a historical detail that's been added by a later editor. So, again, this is why one of the reasons we have to be really careful with scribal glosses. Because if you confuse them for the original text, wow, you can get some real problem stuff. So, it's not a retrojection, and it's not part of the original text. It's a scribal gloss. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we got here a member question from the Vermin Trash Rat. Thank you for the question. What are your thoughts on the debate between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza? Would you personally respond to the question in the debate? This was a debacle. Okay, that thing was a complete debacle. This is a debate that never should have happened. Okay? The whole idea of a debate where you have, is the Bible true as a debate question? It's a bad debate question. You can't win it. You can't even discuss it meaningfully. And it was a dumpster fire. It really was. I mean, it was terrible. And D'Souza is not an expert in the field. He's not a biblical scholar. He's not an apologist. So it's like, why was he even there? He's a political pundit. He's a political pundit. Harry Stark asked, why was Dinesh D'Souza even asked to do it? Because he's famous. Yeah, because he's a marketable name. That's why. That's why he was asked. Because he's a name. He's a celebrity. Juan, biblical grifter? Yeah, kind of close. But he's really a political pundit. He's not. That's really what he is. He's not a Bible scholar. He's not he has no education in the field. He's got On dollar signs, yeah. That's about it. That's about it. That's the reason. Yeah, so it was a dumpster fire of a debate. It should have never happened. And in the debate, the D'Souza was evasive. His explanation for things was terrible. It's clear he hadn't read any of the literature. I mean, it was embarrassing all around. Yeah, and O'Connor was prepared. Even though it was a really garbage debate question, O'Connor was prepared. So, yeah, it was just a bad thing all around, and it did more damage than good. Yeah. Yeah, O'Connor. Yeah, O'Connor actually knows something. He's well read. I mean, O'Connor's very well read. So, that's D'Souza's not well read. He's not well read. He's not well educated. It's just going to end up being really bad, really, really bad. I mean, D'Souza is a guy who showed up at, was it the meeting of the National Evangelical Association with his girlfriend, and he was still married. Okay, so Juan asks, Dr. Falk, when are you going to debate Andrew Tate? Well, I'll debate him after he accepts my challenge for a cage match. Until that happens, well. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't debate Tate for the same reasons. I wouldn't debate D'Souza. No, he knows nothing either. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Way back up. All right. So Trash Rat. How would I personally respond to the question in the debate? I wouldn't respond to the question in the debate. It's a bad debate question. So, yeah. I think that there's a lot that can be done here, and well, I'll take that actually follow-up question down at the bottom there. Just scroll back up. Before I do, though, I am going to take this one here from Jack Ray, who gifted 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much, Jack Ray. We really appreciate your support. We've definitely needed it this month, so thank God for your support, and we really appreciate it. And praise the Lord for your being involved with our community. We really like having you here. Okay. I just did want to Yeah, we do. It does tell us who lurks on the channel, which I love. Okay, I'm gonna take this one here. Just a quick question here from East Spycraft 2005 YT. Would you collab with Jimmy Aiken? Oh yeah, sure. I'd collab with him. He's used my material sometimes. He used my material once on Seraphim. So he's used some of my material, and he's given me credit for it. I have no problem collabing with Jimmy Akin. I like the guy. I really like him. I like his work. I don't always like his apologetics work. Okay, so let me clarify this. Um, he's an apologist with Catholic answers. Okay, so I like his work on, say, the paranormal stuff, on his like where he talks about his mysterious world stuff. I think that's fantastic. I think that is some of the best material out on the internet. I would recommend watching Jimmy Akin just for his mysterious world stuff. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. And he is a brother in Christ. He is a believer, and I don't always like his debate tactics. Okay, but um, there is a lot of I would collab with him in a heartbeat. Absolutely would. I consider him a brother in Christ. I would collab with him any day of the week. If he called me up and he said, well, emailed me or texted me and said, "Hey, can we do a collab?" I would agree to it without hesitation. Okay, so let's get back to super chats now. We are here. Okay. Next one here is from Justin R for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "How far back does the veneration of saints go, and does it have its origin in Jewish tradition?" Okay, there's actually two questions there. Does it have its origins in Jewish tradition? And how far back does the veneration of saints go? It does not have an origin in Jewish tradition. You do not find it in Jewish tradition. It's a specifically Christian tradition. How far back does the veneration of saints go? Not very far. I mean, far, yeah, relative to us, yes, far, but um, it shows up around the 500s. Okay, so that's when we first start seeing it in patristic literature. Is around 500 AD. So that's where we start seeing the first. So we kind of see it between Nicaea 1 and Nicaea 2 is when we start seeing veneration of the saints and the veneration of icons. So, and there's really no debate about that amongst Christian historians. Okay, historians that study historical theology all accept this. Okay, this is just across the board that you don't see the veneration of saints until around 500 AD. Okay, so that's as far back as it goes. So it isn't a Cretan as such. It's something that's been added on to Christian practice, and it's something that dates to about that period in time. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. From the trash rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Why do some denominations venerate Mary? That's a great question. The problem is the questions of why are very complicated. Okay. When you start getting into why questions, it's not a historical. You start to go outside of now the historical thought, as it were. You get into you start getting into ideas of trying to read people's minds. So Now, there are reasons why, say, Eastern Orthodoxy and, say, Roman Catholicism venerate Mary. You do have the whole veneration of saints as being sort of prayer proxies. Okay, so, um, so that there's this general idea that you can ask those who are, um, you can ask the dead in Christ to pray on your behalf. So, veneration then is kind of a bad term. Okay? It's not a great term because venerate does seem to imply showing respect and deference, and in that case, it almost sort of broaches on almost idolatry and worship in that respect. Now, I understand fully that in, say, the ecclesiastical theologies of, say, Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, it's not meant to be taken that way. Veneration is a clumsy way of more or less saying, appealing to them, making requests to them as such, asking them to pray for you like you would ask your best friend to pray for you. Okay? So, and it's the idea, the why Mary more than other saints is a good question. And there is a reason why. The thought process is that, well, Christ is so high, so elevated, so untouchable that he won't listen to you. He won't listen to you. So you need an in. You need an in. And what better in than his mother? Can't talk to the son yourself because you're too sinful and too wretched? Well, you go to his mother. You go to his mother, and she's an in. You know, that's uh, solid reasoning. It's solid reasoning. I don't think it's great reasoning, but it's solid. It has a consistent logic to it, as my producer just said. So, it's hard to debate the logic of that. Of course, some child to mother relationships are better than others. You go to my mother and you get her to ask me something that's like, yeah, forget it. No. The answer to that's no. But they're kind of they've elevated Mary to a position where no matter what, Christ is going to do what she says. So people pray to Mary in the belief that Mary will be an advocate on their behalf for their requests. Okay, that's, again, there is a rationality to that, and there's a logic to that. But the question is it efficacious? And I think that's one of the whole problems with the whole veneration of the saints. Is it possible? Sure. Could it even be could it even mechanically work? Sure. Does it actually help you in the end? Probably not. So, Danny Dement, I feel like it might be shaped too much by the way earthly courts worked. Queen Mother too lowly Queen Mother too lowly for an audience with the king, etc. Yeah, I think there's some of that thinking involved. There does seem to be a lot of that sort of medievalism as part of the ideology. So there's definitely parts of that thinking involved. Okay, so let's get back to super chats. Scroll way up. All right. Next one here is from Mike JSB for $2. Is uh Exodus 13:17 a reference to Sea People incursions? Probably. Let me just pull that one up. So Exodus 13:17. Now it came about when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, even though it was near, for God said. Okay. It is a reference to the Sea People's incursion. The Philistines are also known as the Peliset. And the Peliset were one of the Sea People's nations. Okay? And basically, when the biblical author wants to talk about Sea Peoples, it will do this in, say, using the Peliset or Philistines as a catch bucket for all the Sea Peoples. Okay? So it's definitely a reference to the Sea People's incursion. It's specifically the way or road of the land of the Philistines is actually a road. It was a real road that ran from the Egyptian border fort of Charu, and actually even extend down further into Pi-Ramses. So it went from Pi-Ramses to Charu, and then across the north of the Sinai into Gaza. Okay. Darkblade, are the Peliset and Palestine etymologically related? Yeah, they are. Palestine comes from Philistia. Philistia comes from Peliset. Okay. So yes, they are absolutely they're etymologically related. Philistia and Peliset are related, and Philistia and Palestine are related. So there is an etymological relationship there. So yeah, this is talking about the road of Horus. That's what they called it in Egyptian. It's called the way of the land of the Philistines, is what they call that road in the biblical text here. And that is reference to the Sea People's inhabitation of the coastal plain of Canaan. So, if you look at ancient geographies of Canaan, it's really interesting. It's a land that's sort of split in half, going north to south. There was a big swamp that ran from the Jezreel Valley south, and it really divided the land in half. To the west, you had the coastal plain. That's where the Philistines set up shop. On the east, you had the Judean foothills. That's where the Israelites set up shop. So the Sea People's incursion is being referred to here. All right? So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the Vermin for the Trash Rat for $1 asks a question, I think. Or did he not? See a question from him. Oh, it's way down there. Okay. He says, I want to write Christian fiction like C.S. Lewis, but of the horror genre. Go for it. My question is, do you have any advice how to write Christian fiction without being cheesy or pushy? Yes, I have lots of thoughts on this. We could go on for hours and hours about this, okay? The oh. Brandon Casual Gamer says they are not related to Philistine though. Yes, they are. They are. Okay. not not yeah, Palestine was what Philistia. Palestine was what the Romans called Canaan. They got that from the name Philistia. Okay, so but back to the trash rat here. So how do you be cheesy and not pushy? First of all, stay true to your characters. I think horror fiction is great. Okay, I think there's tremendous potential for Christian fiction to enter into the horror genre. Incredible, incredible potential here. Because one of the things horror genre really needs, you need both a source of light and a source of dark. The horror genre subsists by its contrast. Good horror fiction is good contrast. So you need a lot of light. And Christianity will provide light. A lot of it. So because you're adding light to your fiction through its references to what is good, what is holy, that gives you a really good basis for showing the horror of the opposite. You know, the depravity of sin and evil and forces of darkness and that sort of thing. So you can do this really easy and really effectively with a Christian worldview. So now, how do you prevent it from being cheesy or pushy? Stay true to your characters. Okay? When you make your characters understand that what you're doing here is not pushing a conversion narrative. When you write Christian fiction, the purpose of Christian fiction is to provide a worldview, to show the world through the lenses, through the eyes of a Christian. Okay? So you're presenting a worldview, but not determining what your characters do. Your characters are going to be sinful human beings, just like the rest of us. They're going to be sinful human beings. They're not going to be paragons. They're not going to be, polished, scrubbed up, lily white angels, unless you are actually doing angels, which you could do. But they're not going to be angels. They're going to be human beings, unless you do write about angels. Okay? I mean, you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, yeah. So the way you don't be pushy or cheesy is to, how do you say this? Stick to the concept. You're going to have a concept for your fiction. You're going to have a concept of your characters, and you're just going to let your characters run through the fiction. Okay? Run through the world you've created. You've created a world for them. So basically, this is the whole enterprise of fiction. This is the whole enterprise of fiction, is to create a world. Your world building. Your world building. And your world building on a grand scale. So you've made this world for your characters. You've made a character who is going to react a certain way in your world. And then all you do is just sit back and let that character react exactly how that character is going to react. So, if your character has a weakness, and your character should have a weakness because everyone has a weakness, if that weakness presents itself, yeah, you better go with the weakness. If your character has an area of hurt, yeah, he needs to respond accordingly to that hurt. If your character has a vice, yeah, you're going to have him respond to that vice. Okay? So it's important to maintain consistency of your character across the board. If you maintain consistency of your character, it won't come off cheesy. It's only when you break the consistency of your character and you violate your theme that you're going to have a problem. Now, you're going to have a theme of your book. Every book has a theme. Every fictional story has a theme. And these are not necessarily moralistic. Some of them are, some of them aren't. You know? But you're going to have a theme, and you're going to stay true to that theme. And that theme is going to be basically like your guideposts through your world. So you're going to build a world, whether it's a sci-fi world, whether it's a Western world in the past, if it's a time of ancient Romans, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the world is. Okay? Then you're going to have a theme. Okay? Like, for example, honesty is the best policy. Let's just use that one. Okay? Honesty is the best policy. And let's say, for example, your character is not honest. He's a compulsive liar. Okay? He's a compulsive liar. So now you drop him in this world. Let's say he was a witness at a bank robbery. Okay, so there's a bank robbery goes off, and he's a witness. And, police apprehend him as a witness, and they start taking him in. The first thing he does is he says, "No, I wasn't there. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything. I wasn't there." Detective just starts thinking, well, maybe he's a suspect. And you build upon that. You build upon, what the consequences are and what the actions are, how this character behaves in his world, and just keep moving that ball forward. So that's my advice here. Build a world, build a worldview, make your world your creation, have a theme that you want to be basically the guiding light through the world, create your characters, and then just let them do their thing. And this will result in fiction that has integrity. Now, one of the things I found, like, for example, like, you take a storyline, we've discussed Lord of the Rings a lot. So, I think one of the things about the Lord of the Rings that gave it integrity was that Tolkien knew his world, he knew its theme, which is the ring is Sauron, and Sauron is the ring. And every character that encounters the ring will have a certain and different reaction to it. There's a reason why it's called the Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings isn't Frodo. Lord of the Rings is Sauron. A book about Sauron. And he is the ring. His soul is trapped in the ring. He is the ring is Sauron. And how what's so clever about the Lord of the Rings is he moves the ring through the world by these little people. People lesser than Sauron are moving his ring through the world closer back to his master. Every agent that picks up the ring is bringing it one step closer to its master, reuniting the essence of Sauron with his soul. It's a very, very clever, very, very, and it's so clever that it's easy to miss. It's easy to miss. crazy easy to miss. Not pushy. It's not cheesy. Jack Ray, one person picked up the ring and was unaffected. There's one that was Faramir. He was not affected by the ring. But Faramir had what was called a pure spirit. He had no vices. Because he had no vices, he wasn't affected by the ring. Jack, was Tomba Battle? Okay, might be a Tomba Battle, but Faramir wasn't affected by the ring also. But Tomba Battle is different anyway. I mean, Tomba Battle was a weird character. I'm gonna say that. Okay, so, but that's how you do it without being cheesy. Create your world, create your theme, put your characters in the world, have them stay true to it. Sam wasn't because he wanted a nice garden, yeah. Okay, next super chat here is from Yosuke for £10. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, "Hi, Dr. Phil." Well, hi, Yosuke. Considering Hebrew is maybe Amoritic and the Israelites come from an Amoritic context in Egypt. Yep, all that's true. Wouldn't recent findings disprove the narrative that the Israelites were just Canaanites? Yeah, it does put a monkey wrench into that whole what they call either what's called now peaceful infiltration theory or the native Israelite view. Yeah, so this would be very problematic to the whole idea of, say, the Israelite view. Now, the native Israelite view. So, yeah, it would be problematic to that. It's also the whole idea that you could still provide a peaceful infiltration view with an Amoritic context. The idea that the Israelites were just, say, northern Mesopotamian Amorites that didn't go to Egypt, but sort of infiltrated through the Heshbon. So you could still have that view and an Amoritic history to the Israelites. However, this would be a showstopper for the native Canaanite view. Okay, so Dark Blade. In that case, how long until Israelite being Canaanites is no longer promoted by Wikipedia? Oh, it'll always be that way because Wikipedia is because it's run by ideologues and it's information squatted. Yeah, you have information squatting on Wikipedia. Basically, editors lock down the pages. Yeah, we had an open letter of 40 scholars, sign a letter basically asking for the Wikipedia page to change on the Exodus, and just couldn't get it done. Just couldn't get it done. The editors were just through process after process of making it so difficult to change anything. It just couldn't happen. It was basically, this was scholars fighting ideologues. Just couldn't get anywhere. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeshua the King for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is Torah strict code or virtue ethics? Neither. And both. Okay, first of all, it's not strict code. It has some virtue ethics in it, but it's not explicitly virtue ethics. Best way to discuss Torah is as case law. Basically, case law, where these are the decisions of the past, and they should, because they're decisions of the past, you should respect those decisions. But if you decide to rule otherwise, understand that, it differs from precedent. Right? So there's not a strict policy of it, but at the same time too, there are both deontological ethics and virtue ethics in, say, Torah. But it's not meant to be necessarily, it's not a prescriptive code, but it is a descriptive code, a description of how cases have been resolved. So I think that's where Torah lies here. And I think that's really important because you get some places in Torah where, say, things are often interpreted prescriptively that aren't necessarily prescriptive. And in some cases, we've even lost the context. Like, for example, that the infamous do not boil a kid in its mother's milk. So that's clearly a ritual, not a prohibition against cheeseburgers. Okay? Everyone's happy about that. Yeah, so yeah, it's not a prohibition against cheeseburgers or mixing dairy and meat. It's not that. It's the whole idea that there's this ritual that was happening in late Bronze, early Iron Age, where, as a ritual, a kid was literally boiling his mother's milk as a reinvigoration ritual. So so when you start taking things prescriptively when they're meant to be descriptive, you're going to run into some issues. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Mechanique for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Back to Isaiah 11:2. How should we differentiate wisdom, knowledge, and understanding? Okay, let's pull that up. Oh, he also goes on. Wisdom is for choices, knowledge is for data, understanding is seeing when to use what. Let's read the passage and then we'll parse this. And this is again talking about the 7 spirits in Isaiah. Okay. First of all, wisdom. And it comes from verse 2. And the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him. Spirit of wisdom and understanding. Spirit of counsel and strength. And the spirit of knowledge. Okay, now these are 3 different words, and they represent different concepts. Let's talk about wisdom first, okay? Because there is a lot of context to, say, biblical wisdom. Now, the word here is hakma. It's hakma. And I think that is this Hakma? Check that. Yeah, Hakma. It's the idea of practical wisdom. Okay? Basically, it's applied knowledge, applied understanding. Okay? So a good programmer is exercising Hakma. You're good at a craft. That is Hakma. That's wisdom. Okay? So, it's not necessarily that you understand this, but that you're good at it. Okay? So it's very much a praxis of wisdom, not necessarily a theory of wisdom. Yeah, Jack Ray, you heard programmer. Okay. I thought that would call your attention. Okay, so somebody who is good at craft has wisdom. Now, the next, binya, or bina, understanding. This is somebody who has, say, more theoretical knowledge. Okay? So, in your wisdom here, you have good so you can be a really great programmer, but a terrible mathematician. Okay? So, you may be good at the practice of programming. That's Hakma. That's wisdom. But you don't understand the theory behind it. That's Bina. So, understanding here is more the theoretical end of this. The understanding of, oh, yeah, I understand how bubble sort works. Doesn't mean you can program a bubble sort. Okay? But you might have a great understanding of it conceptually. Or conceptually, you might know how to do a binary sort. But you can't do it in practice because you don't know how to program it. So here's the difference between sort of theory and practice. And that's sort of what's being driven at here. Wisdom here is your practical knowledge. Your understanding is your theoretical knowledge. Okay? And then you have here the spirit of knowledge here, a da'at. Da'at is facts. Okay? So, that's the facts. Okay, so you have here almost all the kinds of knowledge are encompassed by this one verse. You have the practical knowledge, you have the theoretical knowledge, and then you get to factual knowledge. And they're all different. They're all different. A guy with da'at knows a lot of facts. A guy with bina understands how the world works, basically has the high-level conceptual framework for theory of everything. Wisdom is how to get things done. How to understand the practical aspects of craft, of humans, interactions, that sort of thing. So anyway, I hope that sort of brings to light here the differences between the two. Wisdom is not for choice, it's for actually doing things. Knowledge it's facts, and understanding is sort of the theoretical side of the knowledge. All right? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. I don't understand this question. Who would win? The Spirit of Osiris or Danny Phantom? I don't know who Danny Phantom is. Sorry, don't know that one. I mean, Osiris is dead. Dead. Can't kill someone who's already dead. Addison Weir, a half-human, half-ghost superhero. It was a show on Nickelodeon. Okay, I don't watch Nickelodeon. So, can't say. Yeah, well, that's it. A guy who's a half-human, half-ghost is probably going to have an advantage over someone who's dead. Jack Ray, how do you kill someone who has no life? South Park, yeah, well. There's that. I mean, how do you kill Osiris? How do you kill a bureaucrat? I mean, Neither one has life. I mean, come on. Or at least no soul. Okay. Let's get back here to our super chats. Already here. We got turning 11. It's turned 11 o'clock here. Very close to it. So we're going to probably have to start expediting some of these. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the work of Sandra L. Richter? Don't have any thoughts on her. I haven't encountered. I don't think I might have encountered her literature, but I don't remember it if I had. I'd have to look it up. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to give this one a miss too. Yeah, I'm not familiar with her work. Not off the top of my head, anyway. One here. Okay, we got one here from Roman for 20. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, "Hey Doc." Hey Roman. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate your support of the channel. I don't see any other question attached to that. So I'll just say it's probably a hello. Thank you. Let's see here. Brandon, just as a comment here, Brandon Casual Gamer has a comment, says hello. Okay, awesome. Hello. Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you for the super chat. She goes, great article. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Some people have already been able to read the article on Patreon. So it is there on Patreon. It's not for general distribution. It's a thank you, a preview for our Patreon supporters. So if you were a Patreon supporter, you got to read the article. She goes, is your AC fixed yet? No, it's not. Been praying for you both. Aside, our dishwasher repair estimate is almost enough to buy a new one. Sigh. Yeah, I can understand that. We got the new part yesterday, and they sent us the wrong part. So it looks like we're going to be out without a air conditioner for at least another 10 days. I did contact the manufacturer, and they had it was really odd that for the same model of air conditioner, they had two different parts, and they sent us the other part. So, yeah, 50-50 chance, and they sent us the wrong one. So, yeah, we're still without an air conditioner, which is horrible right now. I mean, we are hitting 40-degree heat now in Vancouver, and that's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. It's like 90 Fahrenheit, something like that. Yeah, over 90 Fahrenheit. Yeah. The humidity is just awful right now. The humidity. we've got the doors open, and this place is hot, and it's muggy, and it's not fun. It's not fun right now. Darkblade says, I'm in Arizona right now and probably couldn't stand 10 days without air conditioning. Yeah. John Febeck, there's a heat wave coming soon to the Pacific Northwest over 90 Fahrenheit where I live. I assume Vancouver will be similar. Oh, yeah, it'll be exactly the same. Yeah. Blue Dog, 40 Celsius is 103 Fahrenheit. Yep. Yep. It's just, oh, this is going to be awful. It's going to be an awful week. Yeah, with humidity. That's what's so bad about it. It's the humidity. Yeah, it is like living in a sauna. It is not fun. We're most high. Rain has come, the heat down. Wait, heat down. Yeah, well, when it rains, yeah, sure. When it rains. I mean, we had a rain last week, and it dropped the temperature like by 30 degrees. I mean, it went from hot to chilly. I mean, really cold. And it was wonderful, honestly. uh been up to 107 degrees, feels like here in Florida. Yeah. Like that, yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what it's like. Mama, I wonder if you could have convinced them to expedite the shipping since they got it wrong. Well, since they are sending the part for free, and they didn't have to, that'd be kind of pushing it. That's the problem is the air conditioner is out of warranty now, so they only had a 1-year warranty. But because it's out of warranty now, the part they're basically, they didn't have to send us a part, but I couldn't really press them for free shipping or expedited shipping either. Do you have any fans? Yeah, we got 2 box fans. But, they, yeah. Yeah, so we couldn't really, it doesn't really help a lot. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's not fantastic. What's even worse is we're on a south-facing apartment. So for us, we get the heat. We just get the heat. All right, let's get back to your super chats. But anyway, Mama, thank you very much for that super chat. We appreciate it. But no, the air conditioning is still a problem. Okay, the next one here is from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What do you recommend to get in a top tier PhD HB? It's HB. Mama says south facing is the worst. Yeah, it is bad. ATK, just getting ready for Egypt. Yeah, it's Cairo weather. Ooh. Yeah, Cairo can be like that. Cairo can have that kind of humidity. Whereas you're just dealing with just incredible amounts of heat and humidity in one. Yeah, Cairo's like this. Luxor less so. Luxor's not a lot more pleasant than that. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by HB at the end of this. Can you figure it out? Honey? Okay. All right, so yeah, I don't quite understand the question. Holy Bible. Oh, Holy Bible, maybe? What do you recommend to get to get? Oh yeah, that's gonna differ. Oh, okay. I think I know what he's asking. what do you recommend you have to do to get into a top tier PhD in in Hebrew Bible? Okay, that's probably what he means. Okay. Well, Hebrew. Okay. Um, learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, learn Greek. Okay. It's the same qualifications as if you were doing, say, a pastor, an MDiv, as it were. Okay. So Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. Uh, and the reason why is because if you're going to be going into a top tier Hebrew Bible PhD, you're going to have to do some comparative work. So you're going to need some comparative languages. And that's where things can get interesting. So, Hebrew Bible, like any of those academic fields, is a language game. So you're going to have to. You're also going to need to do scholarly languages too. Yeah, most people don't even know this. Okay? So, so on top of your Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, you're gonna have to pick up French and German. So English, French, German, Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic. And that will cover you for the languages, the minimum languages for Hebrew Bible. Now, if you're going to do comparative Semitics, you're going to need more. That's the base of what you're going to need. I remember when I was at the University of Toronto, and they had the graduates, the induction not ceremony, the induction seminar for graduate students. Every graduate student had to attend this mandatory induction seminar where they explain the program to you. And one of the things, I came into this knowing that you had to know the scholarly languages. I had already looked at PhD programs, and every PhD program on the planet virtually requires you to have English, French, and German, regardless of what else you do. Doesn't matter what you do. It requires you to have English, German, and French. So I knew this. I knew this coming in. So I already had English, German, and French coming into, just as a master's student. And this program at the University of Toronto had both, say, people who are doing ancient Near Eastern stuff, but also modern Near Eastern stuff. So a lot of Arabic study students. And the head of the program said to them, "You're going to need to know French and German." You should have heard the crew hue and cry. It's like, what do you mean we need to know French and German? I learned English as a second language. And because a lot of these students were native Arabic speakers. So, and the guy just went, Bolio just went, so what? You're gonna have to learn French and German too. You want to get through this program, you gotta learn them all. Yeah, you have to be able to read the literature. You have to be able to read the academic literature. So absolutely, and it was hysterical. I'm just sitting back there laughing. I'm just laughing because I've already been through it. I'd already saw this the writing on the wall here, and already had gone through German, and I grew up, with French, so yeah, Warriors of the Most High. Learning English is just step one. Laugh out loud. Yeah, it is. It so is. And a lot of these students couldn't believe. They couldn't even comprehend that they would have to learn other European languages. You know, they thought, okay, we're going to do this PhD in Arabic studies. I've got my English, I got my Arabic. What more do I need? Well, you're going to need a lot more. So, Mama says, so being Canadian is actually helpful in pursuing Egyptology? Well, yeah, in the fact that I didn't have to do French because it was force fed to me as a child, all through high school. So yeah, in Canada, everyone is forced to take French and English. So I didn't have to take French later on. So, but I did have to learn German, and I did have to learn all the academic languages as well. So this is why I have 13 languages. And some of those were required for the programs. So I will say this: there's a couple of languages that are not going to do you a lot of good. Okay. For one, ETK, do they teach Spanish in Canada? Rarely. You're more likely to find German taught than Spanish. There's very few Spanish teachers in Canada. But Spanish is a language that doesn't actually help you much in the academic world. So, unless you're doing a PhD in Spanish, it's not going to help you much. So, it's the least useful language you could take as far as the academic world. The academic world will require English, French, and German almost across the board. Unless you're doing something like the theology of the what's his name now? Jonathan Edwards. Okay. If you're doing the theology of Jonathan Edwards, you probably don't need those extra languages because Edwards only wrote in English. And all the sort of the correspondence and academic literature around, say, Jonathan Edwards is in English. Yeah, the Germans don't write about Jonathan Edwards. So, you could probably get away with just English for Jonathan Edwards, but just about anything else in, like, for example, you do, say, Martin Luther. You're doing a dissertation on Martin Luther, and there was one student at Trinity that was doing a dissertation on Martin Luther, and he didn't know German. Ooh, he was from China. He had learned English, and he thought, he knew English and he knew Chinese, and he considered like English a second language. So, but they told him, yeah, you're going to do a dissertation on Luther and not know German. He thought he could do it all by English translation. It's like, no, you're gonna have to know German. Yeah, at the PhD level, you're not gonna get away with translations here. You're gonna, yeah. Luther wrote in two languages. He wrote in Latin and he wrote in German. And for Luther's studies, the German is the authoritative, not the Latin. So even if you knew Latin, it wouldn't be enough for you to get a PhD in Luther's studies on. So languages are important. This is a language game. So to understand, to understand that what you're dealing with here is a language game, you have to have a good comprehensive command of the languages. And they're going to look at your languages. They are going to look there because it'll tell, say, an admissions committee just how serious you are. Now, to get into a top-tier PhD program, it also helps to start at a top-tier PhD bachelor's or master's program. It's a lot. If you can start off at, say, for example, Harvard or Yale or one of the big schools, Oxford or Cambridge, yeah, that's going to go a long ways to helping you get into another top-tier program. Yeah. Yeah. Get to know your teachers well. Get to don't just show up at exam time. Get to know your teachers well so they know you personally, so they can write you good recommendations. Okay? So it's going to break down to this, like into this. If you one asks, what do you recommend for me to stand out specifically? It's going to be a couple things that'll cause you to stand out specifically. One, are you pursuing research that your target supervisor's interested in? Okay, that's a huge thing. Okay, dream schools. Let's talk about dream schools here. My dream schools for PhD in Hebrew Bible are Brown, Yale, Hopkins, U of Chicago, and New York University. Okay. Now, U of Chicago over matriculates. Yeah. Harry Stark says you need recommendations to get admitted to a PhD program. Yeah, in fact, most of it's going to come down to the recommendations. If you have a big name teacher who gives you a really glowing recommendation, that's going to go a long ways. They're going to read your recommendations. They're not going to read your grades. Everyone today gets A's because of grade inflation. So nobody pays attention to grades. So basically, no one pays attention to your grades unless they're really horrible. Okay? If they're really horrible, that'll raise a red flag, but otherwise they won't pay attention to grades. They're going to pay attention to what school you went to. Who's giving you recommendations? What your competency in languages is. That's the stuff they're going to look at. Yeah. Your thesis proposal is going to make a huge difference. You know, is it a thesis proposal they're going to be interested in? Have you discussed your PhD proposal with the person you want to study under? This is one of those things that this is something that PhD students overlook. You know, shoot an email to your potential supervisors. You know, you should be emailing all these guys, okay, before you ever hit the application button. Talk to them months in advance. Ask them about what sort of, you know, look up what sort of papers they're doing. Look up their research. See who's in the department. Okay, you want to stand out. This is the way to do it. Look up who's in the department, who's working in the department. Look up their papers. See what kind of work they're doing. See if your work fits with their work. And if your work fits with their work, shoot them an email. Shoot them an email with an idea. Spitball an idea. Say, hey, okay, I noticed you did a work on the book of Daniel. Hey, I'm very interested in this book, how Daniel relates to, say, just Enoch, for just an example. And ask that supervisor, okay, Are you? Is this something that is this a proposal that you think would have merit? And would you be interested in supervising this? So, if you get that sort of conversation going with a potential supervisor, your chances of getting selected are a lot higher. Okay? Now, the fact is, there's a lot of people trying to get into those dream schools. Okay? A lot of people. Because it's an instant job. Competition is super fierce at the Ivy League level. So Brown, Yale, Hopkins, very hard to get in. Yeah, don't mention that. One says, should I never say I'm a Christian religious traditionalist? Yeah, that should be irrelevant. Never mention it. Don't talk about it. Yeah. It's not that you're denying it, you just don't want to disqualify yourself. Yeah. It should be irrelevant anyway. It should be irrelevant. You know, they should not be trying to convert you, and you shouldn't be trying to convert them. So it should never even be an issue. So just understand that if you are a Christian religious traditionalist, that your attitudes may not be congruent with their attitudes, but you understand that going in. Okay? And they're not there to teach you their attitudes. You're there to learn how to do that research. Yeah. Find a good fit. What you're looking for is find a good fit. Okay, so that's how what I would recommend is get your languages in order, get your recommendations in order, get your reach out to these people before you apply. Get a conversation going with them. Yeah, if you get conversations going with them, go to conferences, meet them in person. Yeah, meet them in person. Yeah. Go up, introduce yourself, so they can put a face to a name to a face. You know, you've had that email conversation. You go to a conference, you meet them in person, and genuinely read everything they wrote. Yeah, don't fake it; they'll know. They will automatically. Yeah. Don't fake anything. It is going to take work. It's going to absolutely take work, but that's what it takes to get in. All right. So that should cover that super chat there. Okay, next one here is from Steven Steele for $20. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, I have become fascinated the length of time the history of Egypt spans. Yeah, 3,000 years is a good run. Starting 1,000 years before Abraham through Moses and beyond. How has your expertise colored or affected your view of the Bible? Really strengthened it. Really. The more I learn, the more I discover I can learn. And I say this often. When I read the Bible, my difficulty with reading Bibles now is I can open up the Bible to a random page and see something new every time, which you would think wouldn't happen. You know, how often can you see new things? But you do this and you open the Bible. This is why I'm a big believer in just going back to the text, constantly going back to the text. Well, I love these live streams too. I love these live streams just as much as you guys do. because I can open up the Bible. You'll ask me some weird question about the Bible. I'll open it up and I'll see something new I've never seen there before. And just like click, oh, okay. This is very similar to what I saw in this other text. So I can make those sort of Darkblade. I'm holding it to you. Okay, flip to Hosea 3. Let's see what's in Hosea 3. Challenge accepted. All right, Hosea 3. Let's take the Bible, open the Bible. Yeah, where's Hosea? There's Hosea. Chapter 3. Okay. Then the Lord said to me, go again, love a woman who is loved by her husband, yet an adulteress, even as the Lord loves the sons of Israel. Okay, so you got the comparison there. Though they turn to other gods and love raisin cakes. Oh, that did not take long. That did not take long. Okay, awesome. We don't have to go any further. Let's talk raisin cakes. Okay, raisin cakes are fascinating. What's a raisin cake? Okay, and I've never flipped to this passage, and done this. So okay, you're getting this live. A raisin cake is like a date cake. It's exactly the same as a date cake. For those of you who don't know what a date cake is, it's basically when you take dates, mash them up, and sort of mush them together into a cake. Raisin cakes are the same thing. They're mashed raisins that are just sort of pressed together. Okay? And they're incredibly sweet. So what you're having here is a comparison between a woman who is loved by her husband and an adulteress, even as the Lord loves the sons of Israel, though they turn to other gods and love raisin cakes instead. Those gifts to pagan gods. So there you have a little piece of coolness from Hosea 3, verse 1, just in the first passage. And I've never seen this raisin cake thing being done here, but I've seen it elsewhere. So it's basically the sons of Israel. They love their idols, and they love giving gifts to their idols. That makes them adulterous in the sort of same manner as the adulterous woman mentioned earlier on. So there you go, a flip and find where I just saw something new in the text that I hadn't seen before. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And once you got those tools to do this sort of thing, the Bible opens up to you. It opens up in ways you can just never imagine. Mama, boom, done. So yeah, that's kind of how the expertise has affected the reading of the Bible for me. I can just open the Bible now and I can see things I've never seen before. And it's exciting. It's really exciting. And this is why I think, hey, a lot of people go through the whole, say, biblical studies thing, and at the end of it, they just stop reading the Bible. It's like, okay, you've got all these fabulous tools now. You've got these fabulous, fabulous tools. And now you're just going to let them go to waste? By not reading the book that you studied for this long? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true. My producer says, one of the things that you have to do as you're learning this stuff, and I would agree with this, and I've given this piece of advice a lot, which is make your learning an act of worship. Make it an act of worship. Understand that if you're going to approach this, because you're going to be doing a lot of stuff that's repetitive and boring as you learn these skills, like parsing Greek. A lot of how to say this, grunt work to parsing Greek. And the exercises you're going to do are repetitive and they're boring, and yeah, it can turn the Bible into a labor, but not necessarily a labor of love. But if you turn those things, those exercises, into an act of worship, it changes your mindset. It changes the way you think about the work itself. So that you when you come to a biblical text like Hosea 3 verse 1, you're no longer dreading the Bible. You're thinking, okay, what's in there? It's like opening a gift every time. You're opening up the package and you're looking inside and saying, oh, what's there for me to find? It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Every day is Christmas when you open the Bible. So that makes this really, really interesting and really exciting. So yeah, that's how it's changed it for me. That's how it's affected my view of the Bible. It's just, I can't open the Bible now without seeing something new every time. Andrew Graham says, pagan gods love raisin cakes? Apparently. They accept them for offering. Okay. Warrior Most High asks, should I also see my academic studies as an act of worship? Yes. Yes. Yes, do it as a labor unto the Lord. This is actually a great preparation for work in general. Make it a act of worship unto the Lord. And then it becomes something you're due unto the Lord. So absolutely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that. Okay. So anyway, that gives you an idea of how my expertise has colored and affected my view of the Bible. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Mama asks a member question, which is thoughts on John A. Beck's Bible Atlas by Discovery House Publishing. I don't know much about it. I know of two atlases that I recommend. There's two atlases that I recommend, and I think the one is better than the other. The one by Barry Beitzel, the Moody Atlas of the Bible, is very good. Very good. Now, it does have some of Beitzel's more idiosyncratic views. That's probably the big liability of that one. But other than that, it's an excellent Bible atlas. Okay? The other atlas that I recommend is the one by Alan Millard and Paul Lawrence. Okay? That one is also very good. Especially the large one. The large one is very good. There's a concise one that is also by Paul Lawrence. Um, it's okay, but it's not great. But I think if you're looking for a good Bible atlas of the Bible, I would definitely go with Beitzel's. Beitzel has a better command over the historical geography than Millard and Lawrence. So, like for example, Beitzel knows about the swamp, in those historical maps. Whereas Millard and Lawrence don't seem to be aware of that swamp. So I would definitely pick Beitzel's over Millard and Lawrence, but the Millard and Lawrence one's good too. But John Beck's I haven't seen, so I can't evaluate it. Okay, and then we got here Juan for $2. He asks, "How are Christians treated in academic Bible PhDs?" Horribly. Horribly. Yeah. If you are a Christian and it gets out that you're a Christian, you could be targeted for some pretty bad treatment. Now, here's the thing. Here's how you mitigate it. You don't proselytize. You keep your religious opinions to yourself. You just regurgitate the answers of your teachers. But keep your opinions, untainted. Understand that there's going to be a difference between the facts that they give you and the theories that they give you. Yeah. Separate the two. Separate the wheat from the chaff. The wheat is the facts. The chaff is the theory. You're always going to have to say, okay, is that chaff something that's useful, or if it isn't? Is it something that's going to increase my understanding of the Bible, or is it something that's going to detract from my understanding of the Bible? So there are programs out there that go out of their way to basically convert you away from, say, a Christian worldview. Toronto is like this. Yeah. So, you could be, if they, like, for example, it had somehow gotten out, and I didn't spread this, that I had, that I was a Christian at the University of Toronto. What they were doing in my student file, I don't know. Okay, but somehow it had gotten out that somebody had leaked that I was a Christian and I'd gone to a seminary. And Jack Holliday tried to hunt me down and give me the war lecture, basically the read me the riot act, that he would not be, that my proselytizing would not be tolerated at Toronto. Well, I wasn't proselytizing anybody. I kept my opinions to myself. It was Douglas Petrovich who was proselytizing. And Jack Holliday had confused me with Petrovich. So, yeah, it can get out, and if it does get out, it can make for some very uncomfortable situations. Okay? So, so I would definitely recommend keeping it to yourself. It should not even be an issue. No one should talk about it. Okay? Your personal religious views should remain personal while you're in your PhD program. Don't go native, though. Okay? That's the other thing, is don't just drink the Kool-Aid. Because they will give you all sorts of things that they want you to swallow. In fact, one of the things they're going to do is they're going to bombard you with so much theory that you have problems processing it all. So knowing that you can't process all the theory will leave you vulnerable to succumbing to at least some of it. So just understand that that's what they're going to do. It is a kind of gaslighting. It is a kind of gaslighting. It's a way to distort your reality. They throw so much theory at you, you can't keep track of it all. So you're just going to incorporate some of it by osmosis. So it's just as long as you understand that, yeah, you can go to do a PhD at these, but this is the reason also why most of those PhDs come out atheists. Okay? Because these are guys who have had 30, 40 years of experience converting Christians to atheism. And that's how they do it. They gaslight you. They change your reality. They change your reality by throwing so much of this theory that you don't have time to properly process. You know, if you were just taking these like one class at a time, you know, you just go, okay, yeah, I have to write the right answer, but this BS. They don't give you that time. You don't have the time to evaluate this. So just be careful here, because that's the process. That's how it works. That's how they take evangelicals coming in, turning them into atheists on the other side. Yeah. They'll try, as my producer says, they'll either woo you or humiliate you. Either way, they'll go after you. Mama says, Kings of the ultimate gish gallop. Yep. Yes, it is. Yep. That's not an unfair statement. They know the buttons to push. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. So, we got here. I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 Egypt of the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. And that is our last super chat. So we have 15 minutes to midnight. We're going to take some non-super chats, and then we're going to call it. Tyler, how do I ask a question? Put a Q and a colon in front of it, and then we'll see if we want to take it. It's that simple. Only post it once. Okay. Nine. Okay, we'll take that. All right, 9:31. You said 9:37. Okay. Okay, 9:37. All right, Harry Stark asks, how would David respond to people who say everyone should use Yeshua to refer to the Jewish Messiah? Well, Yeshua is just the Hebrew name for Jesus. That's all it is. There were, but in Greek it's Iesu. So it then becomes, well, what translations are acceptable? And frankly, as long as you know that it's the same trans person being referenced to, I don't think there's a huge difference here between Yeshua, Jesus, and Yezu. I mean, it just doesn't matter. So I don't think that's. I think this is sort of straining the gnat here as to what is actually important. So yeah, I've heard some like Hebrew roots guys try to make these claims, but again, what's their basis for it? You know, the gospel writers, they wrote in Greek. They're not writing in Hebrew. They're not using Yezu. You they're not using Yeshua. They're using Yezu. They're using the Greek, and they're using the Greek translation of Joshua. So I don't think the Hebrew roots guys have merit here, and I don't think this statement has merit. Okay, so that's how I would respond to that. Let's go on to another non-super chat. See what we can find here. We're already at the top here, so let's go back some more. We covered that one. Bubble Machine asks, on the topic of odd Christian music, have you ever listened to Five Iron Frenzy? Nope, I've not listened to that one. That's a new one to me. This one here. Temperate. Would you consider a popcorn review of Billy Carson? That would be crazier than the Ancient Aliens. Yeah, and not much point. I am aware of Billy Carson. Boy, that guy loves his conspiracy theories. Uh yeah, I don't think there's any good reason to really do a popcorn review on him. It would just be more for entertainment value than anything else. So we want our entertainment to be educational. And I don't know if that could be something that would be possible here. Let's see here. Darkblade ask the question: is Zoroastrianism akin to monarchical monotheism with one god, Ahura Mazda, and 7 other holy immortals? Except it's not. It's not a monotheism. It's a ditheism. Okay? It's 2 gods. Ahura Mazda and Angromania. Okay? So, it's not a monarchical monotheism. It's a monarchical ditheism. So, yeah, there is a monarchy to Zoroastrianism, but there's 2 main gods. A god of light and a god of darkness. Ahura Mazda and Angromania. So you really can't say it's akin to monotheism in the slightest. Was there any other non-super chats that you think were? Okay. When was that? Yeah, I don't want to do the 803. Okay, Hungi Chen asks, did the ancient Israelites consider justice to have been done in 2 Samuel 21, 1 to 14? Let's pull that up and see what that is. Okay. 2 Samuel 21, verse 1 to 14. Now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years, year after year, and David sought the presence of the Lord. And the Lord said, it is for Saul and his bloody house, because he put the Gibeonites to death. So the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not sons of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. And the sons of Israel made a covenant with them. But Saul had thought to kill them in his zeal for the sons of Israel and Judah. Thus David said to the Gibeonites, what should I do for you? And how can I make atonement that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? The Gibeonites said to him, I think this is really interesting. We have no concern of silver or gold with the house, with Saul or his house, nor is it for us to put any man to death. He said, I will do whatever you say. And this is very interesting. The Gibeonites don't want anything to do with this. For them, they just want to live their lives. Now, basically what's happened here is there's been a covenant. There was a covenant made between the Israelites and the Gibeonites. And a covenant, one of the things about a covenant is it's not just a covenant between two peoples. It's a covenant between two gods. Okay? So the divines are involved here. Yahweh is the God representing the Israelites. And the Gibeonites, who's probably El, is also represented here during the contractual, the creation of the covenant. So Israel breaks its side of the covenant. And that puts the God Yahweh at shame. Because Yahweh has to enforce the contract. It's up to the prerogative of the gods to enforce the contract. So, in those cases, by Saul, doing slaughter on the Gibeonites, it's put Yahweh to shame, and Yahweh has now got to enforce the provisions of the contract. So, what you have here then is, David has to go to the Gibeonites and say, okay, Saul did this bad thing. And the Gibeonites go, yeah, we know. We want this just to go away. We don't want gold. We don't want silver. We don't want your money. We don't want your retribution. We don't want to even be involved with this. It's a very pragmatic approach. It's kind of they've already let go. They've already let this thing go. So, what's going to happen here? We continue on here. Verse 5. So they said to the king, because they know this is not going away. They've already said, we're fine. We're fine. We've moved on. But Yahweh's not letting the Israelite side move on. Verse 5. So they said to the king, the man who consumed us and who planned to exterminate us from remaining within the border of Israel, let 7 men from his sons be given to us. We will hang them before the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, the chosen of the Lord. The king said, I will give them. But the king spared Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, son of Saul, because of the oath of the Lord, which was between them, between David and Saul's son Jonathan. So you've got competing oaths here. So the king took the 2 of Rizpah, the daughter of Aya, Armoni, and Mephibosheth, whom she had borne to Saul, 5 sons of Merab, the daughter of Saul, whom she had borne to Adriel, son of Barzillai, the Maholathite. Then he gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the mountain before the Lord, so that the 7 of them fell together, and they were put to death in the first days of the harvest at the beginning of the barley harvest, so in March. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread for herself on the rock from the beginning of the harvest until it rained on them from the sky, and she allowed neither birds of the sky to rest on them by day, nor beasts of the field at night. So essentially, she's protecting the corpses from being eaten. When it was told to David what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done, then David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan, his son, from the men of Jabesh Gilead, who had stole them from the open square of Beshan, where the Philistines had hanged them on the day the Philistines struck down Saul in Gilboa. And he brought up the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan, his son, from there, and they gathered the bones of those who had been hanged, and they buried the bones of Saul and Jonathan, his son, in the country of Benjamin in Zelah, in the grave of Kish, his father. Thus they did all the king commanded, and the Lord was moved by entreaty for the land. Okay. So, the Israelites would have probably would have viewed this as, okay, God's angry. God's basically, you violated your covenant. You took my name in vain. Essentially what this is. This is that commandment, do not take the Lord thy God's name in vain. Basically what Saul had done is what Israel had done is it had entered into a contract between the Gibeonites and the Lord. And then Saul broke the contract. He broke the covenant. So the covenant had to be restored. For the land to be restored, the covenant had to be restored. So this is not a question of justice. It's a question of covenant keeping. And in a lot of these covenants, there are eye for eye provisions. A lot of these contracts have eye for eye provisions. Like, for example, you kill one guy, we'll kill, one guy of yours. And back and forth. A lot of these covenants have those curses. But, yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. You can just do a flip and find, and you can pretty much find a curse. You got stipulations. Let's see if I can find a nice good curse here. Quickly here. Witnesses. Position. Good contract. Okay. I just flipped and find here to the contract, the treaty between Mursili II and Nikmepa of Ugarit. And in that treaty, there's a curse section. All the words of the treaty which are written on this tablet, this is section 20, if Mepepka does not observe these words of the treaty and the oath, then may these gods destroy Mepepka and his own person, his wives, his sons, his grandsons, his house, his city, his land, and also his property. That's a pretty thorough curse. So when Israel enters into a covenant With Gibeon, it's got a curse like this. One of these curses is built in. So if Israel and Gibeon don't keep their respective covenants, it is up to the gods to curse them. So what you have here is in the stipulations of the contract, in the stipulations of the covenant, there would have been something written that said, well, if Israel attacks Gibeon, may the Lord bring famine and plague and curse upon them. So that's going to be what's going on here. This is not just justice. This is covenant cursing. Covenant cursing language, covenant restoration. So it's not justice, it's something else. Okay? So to the ancient Israelites, this would have been seen as necessary to restore the covenant. So otherwise, this would have the famine would have just gone on. Because they believed that the famine was the result of Saul breaking the covenant to the Gibeonites and invoking those curses. Okay? So, I hope that helps understand the passage. Thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated. And with that, we are going to call it a night. So anyway, I hope you want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We want to thank our Patreon, our super chatters and the people who donate through PayPal. You guys keep the food on our tables and keep us going full time, and we really appreciate that. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters and our YouTube membership supporters who also keep the lights on. Jack Ray just gave 10 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Well, thank you very much, Jack. And here they go. Ooh, we got a whole bunch of people who are... we never see these. Most of these people are lurkers. Hey, you guys, sometime, pop on and actually make a comment. We'd love to have you actually interact with the community. Okay. All right, where's this? Okay. Okay, Tyler. We'll take your question one more time. Okay, there'll be one more question. And he says, Tyler says, I have learned that ancient Israelite religion, initially polytheistic and Iron Age, Canaan shifted to monotheism with gods like El and Yahweh. Your thoughts? How accepted is the theory? Any evidence? Well, yeah. Okay. I'm going to quote Heiser here. This is a failure of our churches to teach this properly. Were ancient Israelites polytheistic? Oh yeah, howdy were they. This is the ongoing problem of the Bible. It was polytheism, idolatry. Ancient Israelites in practice were pagans. They were polytheists. They would worship anything that came along. Didn't matter what it was. Got an Asherah pole? Stick it up. You got a ball idol? I'll worship that too. Got some Amun-Re here? Absolutely. Mourn for Tammuz? Not a problem. Yeah. The Bible talks about this so often. If you've read the Bible to any extent, it always is going back to say, give up your idols. Give up your foreign gods. Give up the gods of the Canaanites. Give up the gods of the Moabites. Give up the gods of the Ammonites. It's just like, it's like, how did we get to a point where this very, very basic teaching has somehow slipped through the cracks? Okay? So, the fact is that Israelite religion, there's two kinds of Israelite religion. There's the official Israelite religion, and there's the unofficial religion. The official Israelite religion, coming out of Egypt, was monotheistic. The unofficial religion that everyone practiced, polytheistic. Okay? So they are absolutely right that ancient Israelite religion, as practiced by the ancient Israelites on the ground, was polytheistic throughout the Iron Age. And that's because they were dirty idolaters. And they were unfaithful. In fact, we saw this in just the passage today. Go back to Hosea 3. We'll get to that. So Hosea 3, we'll just go back to that, just that flip and find. The Lord said to me, go again, love a woman who is loved by her husband and yet an adulteress, even as the Lord loves the sons of Israel, though they turn to other gods and love raisin cakes. Turn to other gods. It's an indictment we see all through the Old Testament. So what's going on here is that the Israelites are told about monotheism in Sinai. Moses tells them, only worship Yahweh. That's it. Don't worship any other god. They get into the land, and in one generation, they're already worshiping other gods. That didn't last very long. And then for the next few hundred years, it's going to be this struggle between the prophets who say, worship Yahweh, and the priests of other gods, who basically say, keep worshiping your gods that you're worshiping. And it's not going to be until the Babylonian exile that the Lord says enough. That's enough. No more idolatry. I've had it. You're going into exile for 70 years. You're going to live among the worst of pagans, the worst of idolaters. That's going to drive you to monotheism. Absolutely drive you to that. Because it's going to be bad for you. You're not going to like Babylon. Babylon's not going to be your thing. You're going to see, you want idolatry? You want polytheism? Here you go. Have it in spades. It's not going to be trendy anymore. Yeah. So God's going to say to the Israelites, okay, yeah, you want to keep going to those pagan gods? I'll give you pagan gods. You want pagan gods? You got them. Send them to Babylon for 70 years. Yeah, after 70 years of Babylonian exile, they don't want the pagan gods anymore. They come back, and all of a sudden, they start behaving like good monotheists, finally. But it takes that. It takes that time. So this is absolutely true, Tyler, but it shouldn't surprise you. This is what the Bible teaches. This is absolutely what the Bible teaches, is that ancient Israelite religion was polytheistic. It wasn't supposed to be polytheistic. They were taught to be monotheist, and they disobeyed en masse. Even in the Book of Kings, where you got Elijah, who, has to encounter the prophets of Baal. He thinks everybody is bent the knee to Baal. And the Lord tells him, hey, there's 5,000 that didn't. Okay? Not great numbers, to be very honest. But still a remnant. Still a remnant. So, this should not shake your faith. The problem is you have been probably taught wrong. Yeah. Get it from. Well, I don't think. Okay, first of all, I don't think that there was a shift to monotheism. I mean, there was a shift to monotheism in gods like El and Yahweh. That's true also. But it's also the plan. And I think one of the things is that what we should keep in mind as we do this is that what we have to keep in mind is that when the Israelites came out of Egypt, they were told about Elohim and Yahweh. That was part of the teaching. And it was intended to be monotheist because you had the 10 Commandments. That's a monotheistic statement right there. So it's not like the official religion was ever polytheistic. But the practical religion was. The lay religion, the religion in the pews, polytheistic. What they were getting from the pulpit was monotheism. So, and we have to be careful here not to confuse the two. And sometimes scholars do this. Sometimes scholars will confuse the two. They will confuse, basically say the religion in the pews is the religion in the pulpit. And it's not the case. It's not the case today. Go to just about any church, and you'll see that there's a difference between what the pastor says and what the people say. In fact, very few churches that exist don't have that dichotomy. There's very few churches where what's being said in the pulpit is exactly the same as what the people believe. It's almost unheard of. So I hope that gives you some reason to I hope that gives you some reason to at least understand that what you're hearing here is not inconsistent with the Bible. You might just have never heard it before. And that, again, is a failure of teaching. But it's something that is, if you know your Bible, you understand your Bible, it shouldn't shake your faith. In fact, if anything, it should be, yeah, this is exactly what the Bible says. Oh. Yeah, this is a story. It was told to me by James Hoffmeyer. James Hoffmeyer attended SBL one year. Okay? And there was a paper that was given by a grad student. And he recognized Hoffmeyer. He recognized him. And this guy did a paper on the Yahweh and his Asherah ostraca. Okay? And he did this paper on the ostraca. And at the end of it, he concluded that the Israelites were polytheistic. He comes up to Hoffmeyer afterwards and says, "See, your idea of the Bible's wrong. The Israelites were polytheists." Hoffmar goes, what do you think the Bible's talking about through most of it? Yeah, most of what the Bible talks about is Israelites' unfaithfulness. Israel's unfaithfulness. That's the vast majority of it. Mama says, we Westerners want our math to be simple and straightforward and our Israelites to always be monotheistic. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's really... Okay. So, anyway, I think that covers that. I hope that helped, Tyler. And with that said, we are now going to call it a night. So, all that said, I want to thank everyone who basically support our channels tonight through your super chats and through your donations through PayPal. We really appreciate it. It does help keep the lights on and the food on the table, and we do very much are thankful for that. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters who also keep the lights on and the power supplies fixed. We thank you so much. Could not have gotten through the paper without that, so thank you so much for that. We really appreciate that. And finally, we want to also thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and also pass on the URLs of our videos to other social media sites. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.